Yeah, 6.5 hours is not an overstatement. It is probably more likely to actually be an understatement considering how this game goes. So, yeah, we're pretty much going into it. So, all right, and time begins now. You have to use the bathroom, but luckily enough, there's a like 2-minute walk and talk section with Nakajima, like just at the start of the game. So I've got plenty of opportunities for breaks. I think, yeah, I pretty much can take a break during just about every part except for the finale and Saijima's part. I wish I could take a break during Saijima's part because it is boring. Oh boy. Yakuza 5. 6.5 hour long run. So I managed to get a start on it early. So yeah, this run is going to take let's see, from now this is gonna run until about 1:30 a.m. You know, pretty fucking late.
What?
It's gonna, it's gonna be an interesting one, especially considering the fact that I am most definitely going to wind up accidentally forgetting to split like a whole bunch of times because this is Yakuza 5 and this game doesn't have a load, nor does it have an auto split. I didn't actually check through to check on stuff. Well, it's fine. We'll just, cry and do it again next week. The next week it'll be done most likely on Friday, because in all hopefulness, if I do stream a week from now, it'll be like 3 hours later than the start of this one. But, whatever. Diet drink. That's what one of the boxes said. Okay. So I get to do the fun thing of wondering when I'm going to get rid of all of those items that I was given at the start of the game. Because actually, I'm not even sure. Did I go up? Yeah. I was about to make a repeat mistake as some of the other runs, where I would completely forget to brain. Can't give him the yellow dragon binding. That would pretty much make this run illegal. So anyway, welcome to Yakuza 5. This is going to be a long run. There's going to be a lot of story beats that I'm going to need to sum up, and it's going to take a while. Luckily enough, I have a lot of time to sum up this stuff. It's just a matter of whether I remember it or not. This is a 30-hour long game, like doing pretty much like the main story and then a little bit of extras. Actually, I think it's slightly longer than 30 hours. So, what's happened in the story so far is the Tojo clan, more specifically Daigo, are in this town called Nagasagai. They're essentially there to have a conversation with the Yamagasa family and entering an agreement between the two groups. Want to do that? I didn't want to do that. That was a little sloppy. I probably, if I hadn't hit that one guy on accident with the heavy attack, I probably could have gone better. And I did want to get head press off on him, but can't do that. So, already off to a bang up start, but luckily enough, I think, there is plenty of time saved for me in this run, because the total time that I have up there, the 6:33:45, I believe, is just kind of an aggregate of a bunch of different, like, character percents, like, you know, going through and doing Saitama's portion, Akiyama's portion, Shinada's portion, Kiryu's portion. I essentially just did all of those, the finale, and summed all those up, and then that's pretty much the number that's there. And I've got plenty of time saved, but I also, you know, want to think this.
困ったことになったらちゃんと相談せないけんよ。博多門は情に熱いのがよかとこなんやけん。
見ず知らずの俺を雇ってくれただけでも社長には感謝の言葉もありません。
雇ってくれたなんてそげん。そもそもスカウトしたのは俺の方やろ。
しかし社長、どうして俺なんかに声をかけてくれたんですか？
そうやね。まあなんちゅうか勘ってやつばい。
勘？
うまく説明できんちゃけど、俺は自分が好きになった男しか雇わん主義たい。鈴木さんは信用できる男や。そげん思うだけん声かけただけばい。
でも初めて社長に会った時、俺は
まああんま褒められた態度やなかったね。ばってん30年もタクシーで客を相手にしてきた俺やけん、人を見る目には自信があるとよ。この男は信用してよかって。やけんお前さんも俺をもっと頼ってほしかとよ。ちこっと頼りなさそうに見えるかもしれんばって。
社長、ありがとうございます。この町で社長に会えたのは本当に幸運でした。
こそばかよ。
ん
じゃ今日は思う存分付き合ってもらうばい。
はい。
おお、ここばい。花緑。まずは博多名物水炊きば食おうや。
The fact that I was able to do that kind of touches on a massive problem with Yakuza 5 as a whole, not really with the speedrun itself, because the speedrun is fine. This run is exceptionally long, and its length is not because, it's 6.5 hours long, and I would wager that maybe about half of that, roughly, is going to actually be spent doing, like, or actually playing the game. The other half is going to be in scenes like this, where I'm just holding down right bumper and A, just waiting for the game to pass me by. But at the very least, when the game allows you to play the game's fun. It's just that, there's so few opportunities to do so. That, and then I think I want heat level 2. I almost did soul level 2, and that would have been bad. No, that's... It's fine. I got it anyways. Yeah, this is a
Yo.
long game, and its length is, I guess the comparison to make. So, I can't really say much for Ishin. I know Ishin's also a long game, but I can't really speak on the reason for that game's length. I know that, for, Yakuza LAD, that's like one of the longest, of the, like, mainline games that's not, 5.
No.
I think it's about as long as 4. Anyway,
Hi.
that game
Here.
is about 3.5 hours long. But most of that is actually spent playing the game in some manner. Yakuza 5, most of the game is spent doing this. Especially when we reach Haruka's part, because Haruka's part is literally just right bumper and A for the entire game. And I'm not exaggerating, it's legitimately right bumper and A for like the entirety of Haruka's part.
Cool.
You'll see why. You'll see why.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to the story at hand. The Tojo and the are meeting with the Yamagasa in Nagasagai so then they can enter into an equal alliance agreement. Which is something, I guess. And while I'm at it, God damn it. Okay, there we go. I was just... he's not letting me hit him. Awesome heat move, by the way. I still have no clue how it works, but me not understanding how it works doesn't make it any less impressive.
Yeah. See?
So, yeah. Anyway, so Daigo meets with the head of the Yamagasa family, who I can't remember his name. I think it's Yamura. But anyway, he meets with the head of the Yamagasa family, and then immediately after his meeting, also love all the fight spawns. Man, I guess today's gonna be rather unlucky. I'm fearful for Saijima's part. Anyway, after Daigo meets with the head of the Yamagasa family, he breaks away from his handlers and essentially goes to a random taxi in like the middle of the line. However, the taxi is actually being driven by Kiryu. He essentially has kind of a conversation with Kiryu saying, look, I know you're here. I know you're the reasoning behind all of this. I'm trying to do my best, but the Tojo's kind of still in a little bit of danger. And then we also learn that Kiryu's running under a fake name of Taichi Suzuki. Kiryu's pretty much just trying to live a peaceful, non-Yakuza life in this town. For reasons reasons that are not currently known, but as the story progresses, it'll become more known. But basically, he's living in Nagosugai because he's essentially trying to more or less disappear. He pretty much wants to, you know, barely even exist because a woman by the name of Mirai Park essentially guilt-tripped him into leaving behind both the orphanage and Haruka. Yeah, go to bed. Wow. Guess I really did have a couple bad fights. Yeah, that fight against the two fuckers in the bar was not that great. What are you gonna do?
え、そう
な
うん。
Anyway, Kiryu's living in this town and just trying to live his life as a taxi driver. Occasionally sending money to the kids at Morning Glory, and yeah, that's pretty much where we're at so far. It's clear, though, that there are some members of the Yamagasa family that are not completely, you know, on board with the Tojo coming and essentially doing what they're doing, which is why those people are drunk and complaining in the bar, and why Kiryu beat the shit out of them. Anyway, rather soon we're going to get introduced to Kiryu's, like, kind of part of Kiryu's little, like, side content in this game. Consistent of 2 parts of taxiing. And 1 part involves some guy we're about to meet. I feel a sneeze on the gun. Yeah. This guy, Nagata, a member of the group known as the Devil Killers. And we're going to deal with him the way you would deal with just about anyone. With a massive amount of fury. Yeah, that was a good fight. I wish I would have grouped up a little more, but it still worked anyways. So Nagata's going to run off like a little bitch. That's the little bitch run of this game. And we're just gonna go back and progress, you know, just go back to work, you know? We are a taxi driver after all, and we do kind of need to, you know, drive a taxi. This is introducing, you know, some of the other characters that are involved in Kiryu's, like, side content. Like that desk worker, and this desk worker. We got Milk. Anyway, we're gonna go drop Wada off at his house, and we're going to be the best taxi driver imaginable. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. So, here's how you be fast while driving a taxi. In the most safe manner imaginable. You don't. The only thing you have to really worry about is hitting pedestrians, which is a big problem in this game because pedestrians are kind of suicidal. Yeah, there's an intended path you're supposed to go down. You can just kind of ignore it. This part up here. Yep. Nope. Didn't make it. I thought I might have been able to make it. I am an idiot because of that. Thank you for telling me about the brakes again. Yeah, this isn't quite greatest, but I also, gambled and lost. But still better than some of the, or than I think my first attempt. All right. So we took Wada-san back to his house, and now we get to meet this random passenger, who I think is a member of the police. And Kiryu, being the strong silent type, is very bad at being a taxi driver. Because, he's very quiet. Anyway, this guy, kind of, I guess, brake checks us, and Kiryu fails to, do the brakes. And now, we're getting into a really fun section. The racing part, which kind of works a little bit like Mario Kart, where you have some a drift that you can do. And, much like drifting in Mario Kart, you can drift for a little bit, and then you get a little speed boost after drifting. So, this section consists of a lot of drifting. I mean, a lot of drifting. But this is just the introduction. The game doesn't really, go too hard with how it's doing everything. Ah, God. Anyway, it's going to try to tell us to do the racing heat action. We're not going to. We're just going to boost. Because the heat action for that is a little long. And he might have gotten a little close, but as you'll notice at the end screen here, this car seems to be smoking a little bit. You cannot lose this race. His car will always break down just before the finish line. That race is, since it's a tutorial, you can't lose it. But here's Nagata again, and, he's going to run away again.
Oi!
And we're essentially going to get enlisted by this detective or cop or something to essentially just, race the Devil Killers to stop them from racing. Because the belief is, Devil Killers used to do street racing just kind of, on their own. And since they decided to challenge Kiryu, well, they've also been challenging random drivers as well, and then beating them up if they lose. So, this guy essentially tells us, you gotta race them, you gotta beat them, that way they'll stop. Get some free food out of it as well, which is, nice. So, I have a little bit of a run-in with the Devil Killers. That is that is how Kiryu's side story goes. Every character except for I think Akiyama and I think also technically Haruka, but Haruka's a weird technicality. Every character has like side stories, which are different from sub stories. Side stories are like their own plot on their own, while sub stories are like some sub stories lead into other sub stories, but most sub stories are just kind of self-contained little stories.
わかる。
the side stories all pretty much correlate with each other. Yeah, we've just got another picked up quest. And it's who else but the mysterious stalker, man, Tatsuya.
ほん
あ
Who
すみ
で
I didn't know when I was playing
Oi.
this game the first time.
Yeah.
This guy's actually a real dude. Like he's actually a real guy. And it's not like a case where they took or they pretty much modeled the voice actor for Kiryu or
Cool.
Nagoshi for Nikai in Haruka's part. Where it's like, oh, it's the model of them, but they have a different name. No, that's just legitimately Tatsuya.
いら
Like,
え
I'm pretty sure that's his actual name.
へ
So, there's a whole thing with him where he'll teach us,
いや
like, secrets about eating and allows us to eat more while we're out, and it essentially gives us access to a second health bar that also can give us, like, damage
Yeah.
increases, heat generation
Yeah.
increases, and a couple
Oh.
other benefits.
うん
But
おい
to get them, we'd need money to go eat at certain places, and to go eat at all those places. So we don't do that, because we can pretty much do most everything we need to with without it. Anyway, so Daigo's handlers,
全力で行かせてもらいます
Morinaga and Aizawa, come to essentially ask the taxi driver, who is the last person to see Daigo, what happened to Daigo, because they initially suspect, like, okay, maybe this taxi driver was involved. And then once they get there, they're like, hold on a minute, this taxi driver is actually the fourth chairman. Maybe we can ask him for help in looking for Daigo. Kiryu essentially says, no, I'm just a taxi driver, you've got me mistaken for someone else. And then they're like, alright, we get the point, you're just a random taxi driver. However, you still are responsible for the disappearance of the sixth chairman, so we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to beat you up. And Q's like hell you are. This is gonna hit me. No, it's not. Not if I just spam the heat button. So pretty much for most boss fights, this is how they're going to work. We're just gonna, pump Tarners, beat the shit out of whoever we're fighting, and then just, keep doing so until we're done. I'm about to get a call from the Hirakawa that's essentially like, hey, we're collecting trash around the city. That's another little thing here you can do, but again, it's not really something important. So essentially, Kiryu beats up Morinaga and Aizawa and essentially tells them, look, I've washed my hands clean of the whole, or of the Tojo clan. I am just a taxi driver. Please leave me alone. And they're like, okay, fine. We'll continue our investigation into the whereabouts of Daigo at later, or alone. We'll leave you alone. Because what are you going to do when when Kiryu Kazuma essentially says, "Hey, leave me alone"? Something I neglected to point out earlier. So the start of the Devil Killers also means that now there will be fight spawns of Devil Killers just outside of, at least in the important spots we care about, outside of Kiryu's apartment and also outside of Nagasu Taxi. They can also appear in other areas, but most of the other areas that they appear are not important for where we need to go. I'm just losing time left and right. It's fine. I'm not expecting much time save during the first 2 chapters of QU's portion. I'm expecting more of them in chapter 3 and 4 because in that run of that QU percent, I think I broke, or my Bounding Infinite got broken against Yahada the first time around, and I just couldn't get one started against Honda at the end of that set piece. And then also that chapter 4, I fucked up the fire extinguisher skip the first time around and just decided that death would be preferable. If that happens, I kind of just have to deal with it. I don't like that skip. It is, I like Akiyama's and Saijima's skips a lot more than Kiryu's fire extinguisher skip, but that's I'll get to that when we get there because that's still about a chapter away. So pretty much we're just gonna continue business as usual. So every person that's on the street that has like a red text box, a red speech bubble. Please de-aggro from me. I'm getting very unlucky with positions of fight spawns today. So, I'll explain how fight spawns work. So, throughout the streets of just about every town, there will be various like people that are on the streets that are fight spawns. Essentially, if you do something to some of them, you will get in a fight with them. From what I understand, there's 3 types, or at least I divide them into 3 types of fight spawns. The first is the ones that walk around and have the red text box above their head that will chase after you if they see you running. There's the ones that walk around that only get in fights with you if you bump into them, and then there are the ones that are crouched on the ground that get in fights as you walk past them. Yakuza 5 is ruthless in its fight spawns. They are fucking everywhere. Like, for instance, right here, there's a guy standing right there. He's the Devil Killer. That's a fight spawn, technically. Well, not technically. That's a fight spawn. If I walk past him, he will get in a fight with me. Yeah, this game is ruthless with its fight spawns. Because there are a lot of them. They despawn in only 2 situations. And, yeah, they despawn in only like 2 situations, and they are like everywhere. So the problem with fight spawns in this game is the density of them and the fact that they don't. The only things that can cause a fight spawn to despawn, as far as I'm aware, are entering buildings. So, you know, you enter like the Club Sega back there, you leave it, or when you enter it, and then when you leave, the fight spawns that were on the map are no longer there, and the new set will spawn. The other thing that appears to despawn them are animated cutscenes, like the cutscenes that you can skip. That also appears to despawn those enemies. Getting in a fight does not despawn fight spawns. So, if you are getting chased by someone, de-aggro them, but in the process of de-aggroing them, aggro someone else, and get in a fight with them, the person that, the person that you initially aggroed, that you didn't get in a fight with, is still going to be there. He's still going to be waiting for you once you get out of that fight, which can cause problems where the game will chain fights, where you'll get from one fight, step 3, or take 3 steps, and then suddenly be in another fight. Because they don't despawn, things can get hellish, especially in Tsukumino, which is Saijima's map. Tsukumino has some of the worst map design in terms of like trying to avoid fight spawns, and also some of the like worst design in terms of where fight spawns can appear. Because I believe in Tsukumino, on one street corner, you can have roughly 5 fight spawns. You can have 2 people that are the walking ones that aggro onto you when you see them. 2 people that are the ones that aggro onto you, or that you get in a fight with if you bump into them. And a group of people that are crouched. And this is consistent for pretty much every character. The only map that I would say is actually decent for avoiding fight spawns is Nagoya. Like Shinada's area. Because Shinada's area allows you to walk in the street a lot, and there's a pretty fair amount of barriers between where like or between where fight spawns are and where the road is, so you can kind of ignore them sometimes. This game, or this map, Naga Sky, is a lot more difficult. Anyway. Aizawa and Morinaga came to Kiryu's place after essentially Aizawa or Morinaga got attacked. Then after that, I guess I don't remember his exact position, but essentially the deputy chairman of the Tojo went to, or essentially called all of the like higher ups of the Tojo, and including Morinaga, and essentially said, "Hey, since Daigo's gone, I'm taking place as interim chairman." So Aoyama is now in control of the Tojo, and well, as we will find out soon, Aoyama is not exactly the most trustable individual. Anyway, this very creepy guy is going to ask us to attack, or for us to yeah, follow the taxi in front of us without causing suspicion. So we're going to fail that because we're not going to, allow a creeper to, like a stalker, to follow someone. And afterwards, the other taxi driver is going to come up and be like, "Hey, good job there."
Yeah.
That guy was a stalker, so you did the right thing. And then we're gonna go to and hopefully avoid fight spawns, like the guy who might be in front of me. That guy might have been a fight spawn. I can't say for certain whether the big guy in front of me back there was a fight spawn or not. The only way to know would have been to bump into him, and if he was, then I would have gotten in a fight. It is extremely difficult to avoid fights in this game. I think he's behind me. Yeah, he's behind me. So if you can manage to get through a Yakuza 5 run without getting in a single fight spawn, or getting in a single, like, non-required fight, that is quite frankly impressive. Because the times that I have up for each individual character section, I avoided fight spawns as Akiyama and Saejima, but no, I avoided fight spawns as Kiryu and Saejima, but I got into one fight as Shinada and Akiyama. What's even worse is the pedestrians can push around. Can push around fight spawns. So sometimes you'll be like trying to walk past the fight spawn, and then the pedestrians will just push the fight spawn further closer to you, essentially meaning that if the fight spawn does aggro onto you, you have even less room to avoid it. Anyway, we were asked by that one woman, I can't remember her name, to go find Nakajima because he was, a little late from returning to dinner. And as we get there, we meet an Osakan detective named Serizawa, who essentially says, "Hey, there are some Omi people in town, and you might be you could potentially be responsible for Daigo's disappearance." So, god damn it. Just run until you do aggros. You can typically outrun the larger lads. But I think I might be fine because he might. Yeah, he did aggro. So whenever you see, again, there's sometimes where I feel like pressing the walk button doesn't work, which is frustrating because there are some times where I'm like trying to edge getting in a fight as much as I can, but the game is essentially like, hey, you're not gonna walk, so you're getting in this fight. So anyway, we go speak to our good friends at Oliver, members of the Omi Alliance. And we're going to get in a fight. And I'm going to explain something that is kind of important for a lot of fights in this game. I don't have any heat. Oh, God. So, in certain fights, there are enemies that are kind of considered boss enemies. After you beat a boss enemy, people will fall to the ground in fear. And people that fall to the or pretty much everyone that's not the boss gets feared. And the people that fall to the ground in fear actually become one shot. Like you can, it doesn't matter how much health they have, you can hit them with anything and they'll go down. So, in this run, especially in street fight spawns, that is used very frequently. Just because essentially, why bother wasting your time trying to bring them or full health down when you can just, hit them like once and they're gonna go down anyways. So anyway, Morinaga and Aizawa have come talk to Kiryu and essentially like, all right, we're gonna go have a conversation with Aoyama, and he is currently at the Yamagasa family headquarters. So all of us head there in an attempt to pretty much stop whatever's gonna go down. And this is a bit of a set piece. And this is also the first area where I'll get to show off the, or hopefully get to show off the Bounding Throw Infinite combo. So Kiryu has a ability in this game called Bounding Throw. He actually has this in a lot of games. However,
見張りか。
For whatever
仲間を
reason.
呼ばれると厄介だな。
今面倒は避けたいですね。何か策は？
For whatever reason.
あの扉から入ったら見張りの裏に出られるかもしれませんね。
なるほどな。行ってみるか。
貴さんだ。どっから入ってきたとや。
結局こうなるのか。
やるしかないようですね。
In every other,
早急に
pretty
片
much
付けましょう。
every other Yakuza game, bounding throw requires heat. Like you'll pretty much consume a little bit of heat whenever you try to go through it. However, in this game, it doesn't use heat. And it allows us to do some real fun shit. Provided, you know, the enemies we're fighting actually behave. Speaking of behaving, we'll just... I should have just went for the kick. Maybe that one instead, but... Anyway, really need to fight up to get to this door. And then, pretty much just run straight past everyone. I don't want to do that. Wish he would have hit me just a little sooner so I possibly could have canceled that animation. Anyway, that gunshot was actually not from Aoyama. It was actually from the patriarch of the Yamagasa family shooting at Aoyama because Aoyama was attempting to kill the patriarch of the Yamagasa family and also destroy the Yamagasa family itself. Yeah, he's, you know, clearly a bad guy. Anyway, he frames Kiryu for stabbing Yamagasa, and we get in a fight with the captain of the Yamagasa family, Yahara. And this is hopefully where I get to show it off. I do need to pay attention for this, because it's easy for me to get in it, or it's easy for me to continue it once I get it. It's hard for me to continue it once I leave. It's hard for me to get it, like, proper the first time. But you'll see what it does. That's the end of Yahara. Like I said, it's really fun. It's really fun to do, but the amount of like fucking effort I have to put in to make sure that I don't like fuck it up. Like I said, I pretty much got the timing for bosses. I roughly have a decent enough grip on the timing for alright, I'm just gonna pop this and hope that he stands up soon. And also, an upside to Bounding Throw is you have a lot of iframes while using Bounding Throw. Which, if you're like me and playing through on Legend, stop threatening me. Man, people are gonna be very grabby today, aren't they? Camera can get very fucky in this portion. Yeah, you can run past all those guys. You don't need to worry about them in the slightest. In fact, you can just do this. Say hello to Honda. He's a fucking pain in the ass. You'll see why. You will most definitely see why, unless I can... Oh my god. Oh my god. Just gonna park this now. These should be low. Oh, I killed him. Alright. You don't even need to worry about the rest of the guys. You can just leave straight after. Okay. That was actually a lot better. That was a lot better. Ooh, fuck yeah. That was way better. Yeah, no, the time that I had for that one, I'm pretty sure I broke the combo, on Yahada and struggled to get it back. And then I was barely, or I couldn't even get a combo started on Honda. The problem with Honda, and by extension you can do that bounding on pretty much everyone, but the timing changes from enemy to enemy, because against Honda, and two other people in this chapter, the timing is actually different for them when compared to normal bosses. Because against pretty much all the bosses, the timing remains roughly the same. I kind of like to think about it like, typically when I'm doing the bounding throw combo, I'll I'll pretty much pick a direction to start holding the joystick in, and then I will continue to hold that direction after the bounding throw is done. So, and then normally after Kiryu takes about one step, if I throw the light into the heavy, then I will hit the guy or the boss as they're standing up. But that works on bosses. It doesn't work on most random ads. Because most random guys take slightly longer to stand up. Okay, so you de-aggroed. I'm looking for those guys in red up ahead. And hopefully there aren't any bike spawns. I can trick them from behind the bike. Anyway, these guys aren't too much. Just literally, you know. Bike like had no collision there. Saving my heat for next one. Essentially, we had a conversation with, the head of the Yamagasa family, who essentially told us, Daigo wasn't kidnapped or anything like that. Daigo actually voluntarily disappeared because he was suspicious of some of the people, like, within his own inner circle. I have to hope that there isn't a fight spawn up ahead. Sometimes I like to risk it and just see if I can outrun the fight spawn. Especially if it's a large lad. Most of the time with the large lads you can ignore them. Or they're slower than your running speed. But this game doesn't cap the amount of enemies you can have aggroed out on you. So you can aggro one guy, and as you're running away from his aggro another guy, and he'll just run straight into you and you'll start a fight. Which is why Yakuza 5 is kind of rough. Oh, Lord. could have gone a little smoother. I could have been able to take care of, I think, all except for like 1 or 2 using the Dragon's Essence, Dragon Spirit, or whatever the fuck it's called. But just taking care of as many as I did is fine enough. My nose is itching. Also, I am playing this on the PC, and the PC port of this game has a pretty massive, annoying thing when it comes to the joystick. It is virtually impossible to run in a straight line without having, like, very steady thumbs, because the sensitivity of the joystick is really, like, it's very sensitive. Also, this is another guy who's much like Honda. His bounding throw is different, and if I'm not able to get it, this fight could be a pain. Ah. Stop grabbing. Okay, got it. Could have gone a little better if I hadn't lost the bounty, or the combo would have been much better. But still, actually, better than I've had in the past. So, secret for most chase fights: grab bottle, smack, and continue to smack until either your bottle breaks or until they until the chase is over. Nice! I think in both of the previous times I was running a Kiryu, or both of the previous times I was running through Kiryu's part, like, I didn't get, the bottle broke, like, after, I think one broke after, like, 2 hits, and then another broke after, like, 3. Anyway, hug the wall very, very closely, because there's a sub-story trigger right around here, and, well, most sub-story triggers we want to avoid. And coming up in the next set piece is a pretty, I'm not going to say massive, because it's not, like, nearly as big as the one that is in the finale, because the one in the finale, like, saves you about like, a minute and 40 seconds of time. But it's still pretty important for, like, or at least making sure the set piece goes by quickly. Also, there's guys crouching over there. Those guys are fight spawns. If I walk past them close enough, they will aggro on, or they won't aggro onto me. I'll just straight up get in a fucking fight. Don't push him towards me. Okay, de-aggro. Anyway, here's the next major set piece for Kiryu's portion. We're essentially looking for Yahata, so we can give Yahata the letter from the chairman of the the head of the Yamagasa family that essentially is dissolving the Yamagasa family. And in this set piece is one of 3 skips that kind of rely all on the same glitch, and I'll explain it after I do it because I am still very iffy with this one. If I can do it right, I can pretty much save a pretty significant amount. All these guys can be ignored. None of these guys are really required to fight, because you just get through this and the wall closes behind. And this is the 3rd guy that I kind of need to keep a bounding throw combo going on. And much like the rest, he has a different timing to it. Oh my god. Ah. Fuck. This guy, getting a bounding throw combo going on this guy can be. pretty much, really? Okay, at least I was able to make up for it by following up with that. That was weird. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. That was also the animation I wanted to avoid. Wow. Okay, Kiryu. Anyway, come in here. I would like to take care of these guys first because sometimes the people in this area just love getting up behind that little corner and just. I actually once had one guy walk outside, which is, you know, not what we want to have happen. So right up here is the important skip. So, the game is going to give us a fire extinguisher with infinite use. Because if they give us a fire extinguisher with limited use, there's a very easy chance to wind up soft locking yourself because you need this fire extinguisher to extinguish this fire to get access to the next portion. However, the game removes the fire extinguisher's infinite use by a cutscene that plays roughly around the railing for the stairs. I don't want to get caught on. Yeah, okay, we got it. So the game, in that cutscene, it pretty much Shadow removes the infinite use your fire extinguisher has. Oh my god! Wow, they are being a pain in the ass. Holy shit! Yeah, as you can see, Ogasawara can be a major pain in the ass. And this essentially makes it so then he's less of a pain in the ass. Man, that was annoying. Anyway, super hard boss fight coming up here. Look at the amount of health bars he's got. Purple has a pretty high amount of health bars. Yeah, he goes down in one punch. One punch! So, yeah. So basically, during certain areas, like there, if you try to go past where the game wants you to, where essentially the invisible walls are set, the game will essentially stop you and present a message saying, like there, it's like, yeah, Hada must be above here. While that text box is on screen, that text box can actually override certain cutscene triggers. For instance, there, we use that glitch to essentially override the cutscene trigger for the cutscene which takes away the infinite use on our fire extinguisher. And by doing that, we maintain the infinite use of the fire extinguisher. That same glitch is going to be used 2 other times throughout this run, and can actually be accidentally used to soft lock yourself at another point in the game. Definitely not speaking from experience. Totally has never happened to me before. There isn't any video proof, so shut up. Fights? Fight behind me. Fight behind me is fine because I can just ignore it. Alright. Nice. So, it's using that cutscene, or that little text box can essentially ignore cutscenes, which is very important for a skip in the finale, and pretty important for a skip in part 3. I'll talk about it more when they come up, because those ones are actually slightly different.
Huh?
That one is we bring up the text box and then just make a mad dash to get past the trigger. The next two are a little different in how they're set up. But anyway, we essentially talk with Yahada and say, hey, family's supposed to be dissolved. And then Kiryu tears up the letter of dissolution, essentially saying it was supposed to be dissolved. However, we're going to go to war with the Tojo, and I'm going to be fighting for you. And essentially, the Yahada tells Morinaga to meet them on the docks. And Kiryu pops up and essentially tells Aoyama, well, they want to fight you. However, if they fight you, there's going to be an all-out war between the Tojo and the Yamagasa family that they will not win. However, if I fight you and I win, then it's just internal drama, and there's no need for a war. So, I'm taking all of you on. And thus begins Kiryu's fight against pretty much the entirety of the Tojo clan. Which also, this song is actually pretty neat in its name. The song is called The Place Where I Used to Be. Anyway, that 9-iron we picked up from earlier has a very good use here. Because 9-irons have wide fucking swings. So, essentially this is just a massive fight against a whole bunch of people. As we get further throughout the fight, we'll beat more people, and then eventually these cutscenes will play. But you don't actually have to take care of anyone in particular for a decent bit of this whole set piece. You pretty much only have to take out... You pretty much have to convince the game that you've gone far enough. Oh, no. This one hurts. Okay. I don't mind my health value. It's fine. I also wanted to avoid this because this is long, and also means that I need to heal because I do not like the health value that I'm currently at. I don't like how he takes the thing away from me. Use the toughness here. Did it just kind of like disappear? Alright, well if that's the case, then I'll just go through and do this. These guys show up, and Kiryu's gonna be a badass here for a second. Fucking nice. Anyway, they show up, and they're still not the guys that we're actually trying to focus on. Yeah, what are the 9-iron? Essentially, this entire bit is just convincing the game that we have beat enough people to allow us to progress. Ah, there's the plank. Really? Bitch. So, it's a long fight, and it's a fucking amazing fight if you actually try to go through and beat like everyone individually. But you don't actually have to do that. This is the only guy you need to worry about. Once you beat this guy and a couple extras afterwards, the fight is over. And what else are we going to do other than... Oh, he stands up fast. Might just heat move him as he's standing up. That takes care of him, which is fine enough. I just wanted to get his health gun. Now I'm just... Now it's just taking care of the rest of them. Ow. I essentially... Now it's just convincing the game that I'm done. Which involves, you know... Yeah. So now pretty much this entire set piece is done. Just, you know, a few more QTEs. So I do want to pick it. Also, Kiryu has never killed anyone. Kiryu is a sweet child and would never kill anyone. Boop. That's the end of that. Essentially, right now, Aoyama is shitting himself. Because Kiryu just pretty much single-handedly took down the entirety of the Tojo. Aoyama pretty much shits himself. Tells that he wasn't actually kind of the mastermind behind all of this. And then Morinaga proceeds to shoot Aoyama in the head, killing him. 4 minutes of time? That's pretty fucking nice. Alright. Can't wait to lose all of it in Saejima. No. In all honesty, I should have a little bit of time saved in Saejima. Because I kind of forgot how to do certain parts of his little prison fucking sequence. And also, if you want to, you know, like, take a second, like, just, you know, drop off, go do literally anything else, now's your opportunity, because Saijima's portion is about an hour and a half. And, Saijima's portion is about an hour and a half, and Saijima's portion really doesn't get interesting until the bottom, like, or until literally the last chapter, because Saijima's section is unbelievably boring. Essentially, I guess RGG just must not really have had much of an idea as to how to introduce Saitama into the story. So they decided... Oh, wow, I should have pressed down one. They decided that, well, what should we do? Let's put him back in jail. So this beginning portion is essentially Saitama having the last bits of time in Kamurocho, because he's going to return to, or because of a promise he made to Kiryu, he's going to return to prison to serve out the rest of his sentence, because the sentence of 18 counts of murder and the death sentence got dropped down to, I think it was just assault, and he's pretty much only going to be in for a couple of years. So he is essentially promising, he essentially promised Kiryu, all right, I'll serve out the term, even though Majima is like, I can pretty much have people ignore that for you. Like, you let me know, I can pretty much... Fuck, I missed him! Oh, this is even worse because Saitama is such a pain. There's... Please stop blocking. I don't have a fucking thing to block. I guess he was the leader. Oh my god. Yeah. Nope! Fuck! God. So all that time save that I just got. Like I said, Yakuza 5 is ruthless with its fight spawns. Oh my god. Alright, that fucking blows. I managed to In my run of Saijima percent yesterday, I managed to pretty much avoid all the fight spots. And the fact that I just got 2 in a row right there is pretty fucking annoying. Guy up here. Like, sometimes it doesn't even like to put the red box over their head to essentially, you know, alert you that they're a fight spawn. Which is, I think, probably my biggest frustration. Is the game just sometimes is like, yeah, this guy's a fight spawn, but you're not really gonna realize it until it's just a little too late. Fuck. All that time saved just immediately down the toilet. Although nah. If I can manage to, I have a fight in, I have a fight in, please group up a little more. I'd love it if you guys could group up a little more. Not like that. I think if I can manage to avoid fight spawns in Akiyama's and Shinada's part, I think I might be able to technically make that time back, because the times that I have up for Akiyama and Shinada both include 1 fight. But I'm pretty sure both of those fights went slower than either of the fights that I had. Mura's over here. Which is kind of a pain in the ass, but yeah, it'll be fine. Also, as long as I can just do I still have plenty of time saved throughout this entire game, but man, getting 2 fight spawns right together, especially as level 1 Saijima, is a pain in the ass. Because introductory fighting as Saijima is fucking horrendous. Because pretty much the level we get Saijima to for this run, he's phenomenal. He can pretty much take care of just about any group of enemies in like maybe about 3 hits. He's strong. Problem is, until he reaches that point, he is, I would say, worse than base Akiyama and base Kiryu. Please, pause button, please work. Anyway, so Saijima's back in prison. This is the Abashiri Penitentiary, and he essentially has three roommates, or cellmates. Roommates, yeah, this is fucking college. He's got 3 cellmates. Himura, Oshijima, and Baba. Himura is a former cop who was, or who's in prison for, I think, embezzlement or something like that. Himura is a, like, pretty much a long-time theft. Like, he was apparently a pretty infamous thief. And Baba supposedly is a murderer. Which is why he's in here. Which is funny, because you've got one guy who's pretty much in there for grand theft, one guy who's in there for, I think, embezzlement? It's either embezzlement or corruption. A guy who's in there for assault, or attempted murder. And, murder. Bit of a weird stack there. And, here's my summary of pretty much what happens in the prison. Nothing of importance. we're about to get into a dream sequence where Hamura is going to tell a story of his past, and everyone, Saejima included, is going to pretend that they are living through it. The only upside to this portion is that I can run around Sukamino without fight spots. Sukamino is the worst city when it comes to fight spots. They are fucking everywhere. And this entire city is pretty much shaped like a fucking box. Like, you know, like those little, like, styrofoam boxes you get when you go to, like, a restaurant and you have too much food and you can't like finish it all, so they give you like one of the styrofoam ones where it's got like the main part and then like the two tinier parts below them. Yeah, that's how this entire city is designed. It sucks.
いらっしゃいませ。かしこまりました。
Anyway.
失礼。何頼みます？
So, apparently the fastest thing is to order orange juice.
こっちお願い。私もいただい
This
てよろしい
doesn't
で
really
すか？
matter.
いただ
I
き
think
ま
it's
す。
the same
乾杯。
either way. And then...
サイズも月見の。
いや、
へえ。私。はい。
な、
いえ。
pretty much spamming this to try to get it to go as fast as possible.
いいよ。
じゃあそれに。
まったく。
Okay. Write on a date. Ask her out.
こん。
And
サイズも。
mashing.
いや。
ほんなら、
I think this saves 2 sec. I think if I remember properly,
札幌で。
Tap said that this specific method saves
多分。
2 seconds over randomly mashing buttons.
青も。
せやな。
サイズも。
Do something. Leave. Anyway.
うん。
Pretty cheap, you know.
サイズもさん。
Actually, no, it's not cheap. 16,000 yen is like... 60,000 yen is $160. That's actually kind of expensive. Alright. Anyway, we're gonna meet up with her and, you know, go on a perfectly lovely karaoke date.
いらっしゃいませ。
We're gonna sing a lot of karaoke. We're gonna sing Rouge of Love and Baka Matai and totally going to do all of that. Did you actually think we were going to? I'm sorry if you thought we were actually going to. Because we weren't. It's faster to just ignore it. Much like it is pretty much faster. Oh no, suddenly hunger welled up from within you. That's me right now. I'm pretty hungry, but I'm glad I managed to start the stream when I did. Because,
いらっしゃいませ。
since I started the stream when I did, this will be roughly ending around... I need to remember to spam A during...
ありがとうございました。
This will be roughly ending around, you know, 1:30. Anyway, so... Saejima gets stuck on a plastic lamp. Paper lamp. Street sign. Weird. Anyway, more fighting against a bunch of assholes. I'm gonna have to be careful. Okay. So, this little story is over. But it's not the last of them.
そおいだそだ
So, what's essentially happening within the prison is Saejima is attempting to get out as early as he can because he, wants to go back to Majima and, the life that he has. And, because of that, a certain person within the prison is physically abusing him just pretty much because he can, because he knows Saejima won't fight back, because if Saejima fights back, his parole's going to get denied. Speaking of parole, Baba's currently, or Baba's parole is about to begin, because he's actually getting out on parole for murder, except right now, no one knows where Baba is. So we're gonna, ask around for a whole bunch of random people. Leave this man. And this is part of the reason why, despite the fact that Haruka's part, legitimately, you can skip everything Haruka does except for like 2 things. Even in spite of that, I still say Saijima's portion is the slowest and most boring portion in the entire game. Because a lot of the Saijima's portion is... So that part was... Oh, go over to this bench, ask Kimura and Oshishima where Baba is. Huh. Well, no one can quite say for certain where Baba is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the next part is talk to 3 people who can verify Baba's alibi.
Yeah.
And then the next part, talk to people who know about the woodworking tool I bought. So essentially, Baba is being framed of stabbing one of Kukihara's like subordinates, so that way he doesn't get out on parole because he's on parole. But if he does like shit inside of, or enough stupid shit inside of the prison, I don't even need to worry about pushing the camera down. There's no pedestrians. It's fun here. His parole can get denied. So, by framing him for stabbing, he's not, or he should, supposedly, not get parole. Oh my god, I didn't talk to the right fucking person. Of course I didn't. It's that guy that I wanted to talk to. Fuck. Yeah, this part sucks. So we're going to talk to this old man. He's going to tell us, like, hey, I want you to take something from that guy and give it to that cop. And then I'll tell you some information about what happened with Baba. Nope. Fuck, did it too fast. Oh my god. I'm just losing time. QTE to grab. Run away from man. Walk up to cop. QTE to give. Run back to man on bench. I think you can you understand why this portion is ungodly boring? So this is pretty much where it's like, oh hey, we can confirm for a fact that you know, Baba wasn't the person that was responsible for the stabbing. So long as we can find the person or find the specific chisel that was used to stab Baba, that Baba supposedly used to stab this other person. That way we can prove that it's actually Kugihara's and then Baba is framed. So. Why was there a dash in that sentence? Whatever. So we run back to the man on the bleachers and ask him, hey, can you prove for, or can you get information as to which chisel Baba was specifically used for, stabbing? And he's like, alright, hey, go give this to this cop and get him to chase you. Sergeant was like, fuck, okay, sure. This part's really fun. Around the circle. We're in a circle for a minute. That is all this portion is. Keep in mind, I said that it's until chapter 4 where Saijima's part gets it. We're almost at the end of chapter 1. Saijima's portion is so ungodly boring. Woo! Running in circles! Everybody super side racing. Gotta keep your feet right on the ground. Everybody super side racing. There's no time. Anyway, go back to talk to the bleachers man. He'll say, alright, haha, I know exactly which one it is. It'll prove Baba's innocence. And then, you know, we go back, we tell Oshijima and Mura, and Oshijima's like, alright, got it. And then we essentially see Kugihara, and we're, like, time to confront him. And by confront him, I mean smash his face in. Which, yeah.
な
Okay, I think how I'm gonna do this.
ただ
I mean, the order in which I do this doesn't really matter. Anyway, Saejima is angry and is about to beat the shit out of Kugihara.
楽しもうぜ
And we level up Saejima. So 3. Need to get stability. Then attack. 2. Super combo. And fuck you guys. Line didn't charge, but that's actually fine. That was pretty easy. Although, here's where I'm gonna start losing time. Actually, no. I actually managed to save a little bit of time. I guess that just goes to show how good it is to actually know where the fuck you're going. Anyway. So Kosaka, pulls Saejima into his office and essentially tells him 2 things. First, your parole was denied. Which is strange, because second, you just received a letter from the Tojo clan telling you that you are expelled from the Tojo clan, which is strange. And Kosaka also is or realizes that he's about to, or this Abashiri prison is about to receive a lot of inmates from, I think a prison in Tokyo, which he pretty much reasons. Well, Sajima's parole application was denied by something something different than what would normally deny parole. Someone's clearly, or a bunch of inmates are getting sent. Something's clearly going on. So, right here, Kasaka essentially brings Baba and Saitama and essentially says, look, something's clearly going on, and someone's clearly going to try to kill you. So, I am pretty much asking you to leave. Right, your cell will be unlocked, or will be unlocked tonight, so when everyone's sleeping, leave. Here are the keys to a snowmobile that will be parked outside of the the exit. Take that snowmobile and leave, because something is clearly going on here. And this is also the point where Saejima essentially is like, all right, well, Majima's dead. So, I need to, or I want to figure out who's responsible for his death. And just ask them, like, you know, what were his last words, you know? There was a case of Majima. Anyway, the boys have, you know, one last night together, so what else to do during that last night together other than another fucking dream sequence? At least at this point, Saijima's, you know, Saija Maximum, meaning he is, max strength Saijima for the intention, or for the intents of the speedrun. And I just ran into a ghost. That can happen occasionally. Sometimes if you're just like running around, there will be pedestrians that haven't spawned in, but are still like there, and you run into them, and they slow you down. It's a pain in the ass. Anyway, another dream sequence. Kaguya is going to challenge us to darts or pool, and we're going to play darts because that's pretty much the first option. And I can, you know, didn't want to read the rules, I just wanted to leave. Much like most minigames, you just leave, outcome doesn't really matter. But this is actually a story from Homura's Detective Days where he was actually investigating the Chinese mafia. And, you know, we're gonna have a completely normal and healthy conversation with them that is going to involve, or pretty much everyone involved is going to have a great time. If it seems like I don't really have much to say to this motion, I do. I just don't know how to formulate it, because, like I said, there is, in terms of what happens at the prison, sure, there's a decent there is stuff that happens in the prison, you know, like Baba getting accused of killing or stabbing someone, all the shit with Kugihara. It's just that none of it technically matters, for a reason I will get to once we start getting to the breakout. I'll kind of get to the point. But for now, it's a fight against some Chinese mafia, which is going to go pretty much how you'd expect. Mafia. There we go. Maybe Why are you just standing in the corner there, asshole? Block. Fucking bitch. Okay, that was not really a great fight. I think I probably should have just grabbed the scooter instead of swinging around the scooter. I think I would have gone a little better. Anyway, it's night time, so time for everyone to try to escape. By everyone, I mean Baba and Cider. And here is a fight against a whole bunch of people that don't have a lot of health. So, except apparently everyone's just deciding that they want to stay as far as possible away from me. Just kind of annoying. There we go. I don't know why everyone is just deciding that they want to be really passive. It's kind of annoying. Because, you know, if they actually decide to be aggressive, well, fight goes faster. Obviously. Bonk. Stop fucking grabbing. How did that miss? That's what I want to happen. Is it going? There we go. Okay. This isn't really going well. I will say my current time for this does have a pretty shitty fight against Kugihara. So hopefully with that in mind, I should be able to make that go a little better. Also, that gate is open. Pay attention to that gate. Stop. Everyone's getting really fucking grabby today. And blocky! Bitch. Anyway, the gates open up. Anyway, fight against Big Boy Kugihara. Anyway. He's going to go about as well for him as I did before. Over to the ground. Speed action him down. Pause. He wasn't letting me pause. Oh, an iron pipe from earlier. God fucking damn it! You the bitch. Hey, Kugihara, fuck you. good to know that he's fucking dies in this cutscene. Zamora shoots him in the face. 'Cause remember, Zamura's a cop. He knows how to use a gun. Anyway. Everyone, little, like, you know, heart to heart before they leave. Kosaka, you know, was stabbed, but he's fine now. Well, he'll be fine later, more accurately. Anyway, time for the best snowmobile section in a game since Modern Warfare 2. The only other snowmobile section that I know of in any game other than Modern Warfare 2. I wonder if it'll have that, like, landing glitch. I think that can happen sometimes when you land, where, like, Seismo will just land multiple times. Like that. And, you know, this seems like it's just gonna be, you know, trying to avoid a bunch of, trees and, you know, going all speedy and shit. However, right about here, yeah. Enemies will notice that Saitama is currently, you know, out. And, you know, they're going to try to chase after him, kill him on the snowmobile. This section kind of sucks because you pretty much want to keep going like as fast as possible. However, as you can see, they're throwing grenades. I swear to God, sometimes those grenades have. Thanks, game. Okay, that one was my own fault. Okay. Sometimes those grenades have like the weirdest hitbox on them. Like, to where one will blow up behind me and I'll still get hit by it. Anyway, this part feels really buggy. This is a really awful section. I have no clue how this snowmobile manages to go over this bridge. I drove through that one, so that was not. Power sliding underneath some trees. I think there's one more to go, and then I'll just, you know, hit these fucking trees to slow me down. One more power slide, and then I think that's the end of this. I'm surprised if I actually saved time here, because that was a fucking shitty Kugihara. And also the game is deciding on a step. I don't know what it is with this snowmobile section. It just does not seem to work. I'm trying to see if we can fail that. Alright, well, now time for bear. We're gonna get in a fight with the bear. And hopefully the bear will, you know, nice. Bear's hitbox is a fucking pain in the ass. Come on, Roshi, please stop. You can't hit him from the side, which is why some of the impact or some of the hits are strong registering. Anyway, bear. Time, which is not surprising. Anyway, welcome to Saijima's worst chapter. don't even know if I really have any time save during. Wow. So all of the time save that I had during chapter 1, I immediately lost. That's fun. I don't know why I thought I could skip that. Fuck!
探しに行かな。
わからん男だな。死ぬぞ。
So this is a 20-minute long chapter introducing you to Saijima's side story,
ない。
which revolves around hunting in this mountain village and a bear named Yamaroshi.
So,
This is a 20-minute long segment
俺
that will have us going into the mountains
俺
3 separate fucking times. If it sounds like I don't like this book, I don't at all.
まあここそれしおでいやバキ
This is
それ何
20 minutes
とじ
that could have probably been introduced in like maybe a chapter or half part of this chapter. And then
な
お
急
いや
山
あ
急それ
か
この
あ
so this is 20 minutes of just pretty much either having a conversation with someone or doing the hunting.
何でま
The hunt. This entire chapter
どう
adds nothing to the story.
わ
Because here's pretty much what happens in this chapter if you pretty much completely ignore the side story. Saejima gets rescued from the cold wilderness by
ま、
いや
Oka.
もし、急、
どう
No,
それ
え
forget his name.
あん
Essentially, Saejima gets rescued from Okudera.
せい
Saejima gets rescued from the wilderness by Okudera.
ない
おく、
なん
He rests at his place, and then Okudera gives him the clothing that Saejima is currently wearing. Then, Saejima ventures out into the wilderness to find Baba. Saejima finds Baba. They return. Baba rests for a bit, and Saejima decides that he's going to try to go out and hunt. Saejima hunts. Saejima returns from his hunt. He's awake, but the roads are still kind of bad. Saejima goes out again and learns how to use snares. Saejima returns from his hunting trip and then leaves for town with Baba. That is the extent of what happens in this chapter. I'm currently almost 4 minutes into it. We're here for another 16. I don't expect there to be any time save, or if there's a time loss, it's probably going to be small unless I royally fuck something up. Or unless Yamaroshi just decides that he doesn't want to attack Okudera. But yeah, this is a lengthy chapter that establishes nothing for the plot. And none of this is skippable. My other complaint is that none of this is skippable. This entire section is unskippable and is required for you to play through. They made Saijima's side story unskippable. They made Haruka's main story skippable. At least the introduction of Saitama's sides. The rest of his side story is ignored. But yeah. This section sucks. Honestly, I would have just taken it like another 2-minute walk and talk. Or, fuck, a 10-minute walk and talk. Because then I could at least sit down and just, you know, fucking eat some snacks or some shit. I actually have to try to do shit during this portion. I can't skip any of this, and I can't just kind of ignore any of it. I have to actually pay attention to what I am doing. Which is weird, because this chapter is exceptionally long. Yet, for whatever reason, Chapter 4, the part of the game that actually, you know, has Saejima and Tsukumino looking for Kitakata and finding out information on Majima's death. It feels like it was rushed. Anyway, Bob is awake. The game's going to tell us for the second time about hideouts. Or do I actually have to wait for the... Oh, okay. You got deer meat. So this portion right here, Saejima wants to go out to, you know, hunt for whatever reason. I think he's wanting to go out to, because Okudera went out there, and, Saejima wants to, you know, go after him. And pretty much the guy in orange, his name is Sakurai, essentially says, no, you're not gonna, you can't go out looking like that, or wearing that. You're gonna need some you know, the clothing. You're gonna need proper clothing for, you know, surviving in that cold. You're also gonna need a gun, because, you know, hunting. And Saijiman's like, alright, well, where can I get those? Sakurai's like, alright, well, I have the clothing, but I can't really get you a gun. Saejima goes to talk to Sakurai, or not Sakurai, the, like, pretty much mayor of this little mountain village. To ask him, like, if he could borrow a gun. And, his wife is essentially like, okay, I'll let you, and or her husband is like, no, you're not. She's like, okay, but I'm actually going to do so anyways by giving it, or by still, you know, giving it. Anyway, bring over a thing of deer meat, because I'm pretty sure the game will force you to have one. Is bastards to roll literally everywhere until the third outing, and it is to walk. Anyway, we find Okudera. Please don't tell me you stole them. Okudera is going to teach us the basics about hunting, which is, you know, how to, you know, crouch. How to reload the gun. Which, Only good part is just how aggressively Saitama throws in that ammunition. And, you know, tells him to aim for the boulder. Fire.
Yeah.
There's like a lot to this side convo, but I didn't really pay much of any attention to it out of spite. I really did not like that the game kind of forced me to go into this during my casual playthrough, so I was like, you know what? I don't give a shit about any of this. I'm going to ignore it. This section pretty much comes down to smash the A button in the direction you want to go in, and then, you know, that's pretty much how it goes. You also have an NPC companion, but unlike Dead Souls, I'm pretty sure it's pretty, fucking worthless. Now, that's not to say that your companion in Dead Souls is worth a damn, but... Anyway. Doe. Oh, I missed. Game tells you, you know, normally hunters try to shoot for the heart, but because, you know, Saitama is inexperienced, go ahead and just shoot for the head. Crap. I think I reloaded. I didn't.
弱肉強食へ
Damn it.
バルー思いなや
I just have one more in there, just in case I fuck up the next part, but it'll be fine. I want to pretty much, you know, take 2 deer here, because I want to sell some of the shit for, you know, money, because the only important bit in this selling some of the shit you get, or some of the game you have for money, that way you can afford a like small price wall later in the game. I missed. Oh fuck. Oh, this is bad. Oh, that might be very bad. Oh, fuck me. Oh, that's not good. I have to see if I can... That's very bad. But I'm just gonna continue anyways. Fuck. Yeah, I was supposed to get 2. And I wanted to reload just to make sure that if I fucked up... Fuck. That might be bad. Well, we're not gonna know for a little bit, but I want to leave this area with around 20,000 yen.
Eh?
Because if I don't leave this area with 20,000 yen, then there's a massive problem.
ああ
く
あ
Also, Okadera's hand was like glitched into his pants. It's funny.
Hmm?
Yeah, it says that this bit has the potential to be extremely bad right now. As long as I have 50,000, that's fine. The problem's gonna more so be if as long as I have 50,000, I'm good. If I don't, then I might have to run to a pawn shop when I get into something, because there's a point in this game where essentially you need to get access to a casino for like you need to get access to a casino for or to progress the plot for the Kitakata family. And the problem is, if you don't have 50,000 yen, you have to pretty much beat a man in pool. Wish it was bowling. It's bowling and things would be a lot better. Yeah, this portion has the potential to be actually exceptionally bad.
Yes.
It's not that I'm going to run into a time loss here, it's that I run the risk of getting a significant time loss later.
ええ感じ。
Attempt to okay.
悪思いなんや。
Essentially just need to let Yamaroshi attack Okadera. That's how to progress this next part. There we go. Ah, fuck. I'm actually, like, kind of worried now. Because, again, I might have a massive time loss here if I don't really... or if I'm short on money. To the point where I might just need to try to fight a bunch of random fucking people and, I might just need to fight a whole bunch of random fucking people and hope that one of them drops either money or something. 'Cause if I'm short, I'm probably going to be like somewhere around 5,000 short.
ほなそれ
Normally I come out of this with 20,000. They're like 22,000. You're supposed to leave it with 20,000, but this could be very, very bad.
何
Anyway. Need to sell something. Fuck. Okay. Let's see. I might. There's a pawn shop in Zucchina.
You
せき
no
But if those.
So-
weren't-
や
Fuck. This is going to be bad.
せ
I am. About
Hum.
5,000 short,
きおぐ
which. Fuck. Stamina and morales are the only things that sell for like about. Oh my god. Okay, I'm probably about to lose a massive amount of time inside of a section.
王子公園では明日の夜から始まる月見の雪まつりに向けて多くの人々が最後の準備作業を行っています。冬の代名詞とも言われるこのお祭りを見るため毎年多くの観光客が全国からやってきます。商店街の人々にとっても大事な書き入れ時として強い期待がかかります。先日刑務所で発生した火災事故の続報です。事故後署内から行方をくらましている2名の受刑者について
I think I just need to
北
clear
海道警察は
inventory
今
and
朝 刑務
hope
所
that's
近く
enough
の
to
山
get
中
me
で
about
うち
5,000.
1名の受刑者を遺体として発見したと発表しまし
It's
た。
not that I have to literally just try to fight a couple fights and just hope that I can get either items that I can sell for 5,000 or
指名手配しました。 指名手配されたのは元
I literally
東
just
上
either have to
会
hope
系
that I
組
can
員の冴島大河受刑者
get
です。
lucky with a
北
fight
海道
spawn
警察は
and
冴島受刑者が札幌市内に現れる可能性が高いという情報もあることから現在月見の周辺に警戒態勢を敷いています。
this is gonna suck. Okay. I believe if I remember properly where
今ほな鳥
just gonna double check. Believe that the yeah, it's down there. Fuck. Alright, well, I'm gonna need to take a trip over there for I'm gonna need to take a trip over there before heading to safe house. Really? I have to. All right. This run isn't dead, clearly, because I have 4 minutes of time saved. and I still have plenty of time saved in later chapters. But right now, I am kind of worried. Fights with this somewhere. To be honest, as much as I hate fight spawns, I think I need one right now. Because I need either items to sell or money. Straight up. Walk into the episode. This is bad. And there's only one other time we come down this place throughout the Saijima's chapter. So... Okay. Still like 2,000 short. Fuck. Can I get like a fight spawn, please? This is a point where I actually kind of need fight spawns up here, get. Fuck.
で俺どうし
ちょっと
Well, literally just as long as I can get something worth about 2,000,
はい
which is going to be a pain in the ass.
く
Yeah, this
Well-
chapter is shaping up for a massive time loss. Can just be about finance. I need either someone to just give me 50,000 or 5,000 yen, or give me an item worth roughly that much. But I. Please, something. Money. Stamina and Royale, good enough. That is. Okay, still alive. Definitely gonna have some time lost during this portion, but that means I am still in the clear. Stamina and Royale sell for about 6,000 yen, so that means that I should have 54,000 yen, which is just enough. Hopefully I can avoid. There is a sub-story trigger down there, and as long as I can avoid that, I should be good. I was hoping I could sell the pipe, but that's fine. I'm just... Again, this is going to be a massive time loss because I had to go into Nebasu Pond twice now. Because this area pretty much puts you out of your... or is out of the way twice. Now I have to run back up to the taxi so I can taxi down to Bar Ambitious. But, again, this is... The run's still not dead. Just probably going to lose about... I'm going to lose a bit of time during this chapter. Because I had to get into the extra fight, and I also had to take the 2 trips down. Because there is a point where we do go down that alleyway and pretty much around the Ebisu Pond. The problem is that is after after you need the 50,000 yen. But like I said, this is do that. Okay, so Ren's still alive. I still got, even after this, still got plenty of time saving other places. Most notably, if I can get a good Baba fight going. Yeah, okay. It just means that I also have no health. No healing items. And not that much money. But I think that's just enough money to taxi around it to pretty much all the places that I need. So I think I only wind up taxiing a couple more times. Camera.
ちょっとちょっとダリーお兄さん気がさねえし
Ah, yes, my favorite. The crouching fight spot. Walk button! Fuck! Yet again, the walk, my right bumper just deciding that it doesn't want to function. Fucking phenomenal. At least managed to avoid the fight, which is decent. I don't want to get into any more fights. Fuck, that scared me. So this guy is the exact same model as the old guy within the prison. Anyway, so we're essentially sent on a little fetch quest to find out to get a pass to the casino, which the first step is talking to that old homeless man who asks us how many homeless are there in Tsukimino, which the correct answer is 71. Then we are given a photo and told essentially, hey, find this photo, which the location of the photo is over here at Nagaronomika. And after that, we get a call from this phone booth. We're told to go to the lottery booth and tell them 7 scattered losing tickets. After that, we officially have our casino pass. Remember that there is so run over to this taxi. Taxi down to and go to the ticket booth. I actually have enough to continue taxi. I can only taxi one more time. Oh. More crouching people. Pretty sure. Yeah. More crouching people there. And a fight spot. Like I said, one corner. Really? Are you fucking kidding me? That's how. That's some bullshit. shit. I wasn't even anywhere near him. Shouldn't have done that. My god, that's fucking annoying. That's another unneeded fight spawn. So I'm up to 4 in Saijima's part, of which 1 was really necessary because I needed the money. The rest, unnecessary. Man, do I fucking hate Saijima's portions. Almost like I hate how my fucking laptop decides that it wants to, go to sleep. Stop doing that, please. I still need to look at notes. Alright, well, yeah, I'm losing a lot of time doing this.
Yep.
Survive that. Piece of shit. Okay. So I can move taxi. One more time. Yeah. Okay, one more time. I only need to taxi one more time during Saijima's portion, and then I need to taxi as him once during the finale. I like how I, had a pretty solid chunk of time saved during Kiryu's portion, and then the second I get into Saijima's, it's just all. I have 4 minutes of time saved. I'm probably going to keep about. I thought I could make it. That's my own fucking fault. And of course, it gives me the longest fucking introduction. Please just get to the fucking fight. What? I fucking hate this. I hate this with a burning fucking passion. Fuck Tsukumino. Tsukumino is literally the worst fucking city in this entire game. I hate this. I fucking hate all of this. Oh my god, I'm going to lose so much fucking time. A 4-minute time save is going to wind up probably by the finale getting dropped down to maybe 30 seconds. I think in Saijima's portion alone, I've probably already lost about I've probably already lost about 2.5, probably 2.5 to 3.5 minutes. I don't think I'm going to be leaving or Saijima's portion with that much time saved remaining, which sucks. But it's fine. I can make up for plenty of time saving. Some of these fight spawns have been kind of bullshit. Some of these fight spawns, or that last one was my own fault. I decided to take a risk when I shouldn't have. If I can get through the set piece in a timely enough manner, I might be able to I need a good set piece and I need a good bobble fight. That's pretty much all I need. If I get both of those things, I can possibly mitigate some of the time loss in this. Anyway, if you run down the south walkway, you actually trigger a cutscene where it forces you into learning the snowball minigame. If you take the top walkway, you can just ignore it. Oh my god.
Kari. Muj. Ol. Waka. Su.
This is so fucking cursed.
Uke. So. Sorry. Sorry. Nan. Ani.
I hate
Doshi.
this. I hate
Yeah.
it so fucking much. Rest for tomorrow.
Ohayo. Su. Kyo. Si.
Anyway,
Ja.
this
Okay.
should be, nope, just straight talk to him. Hold on. I do
Sorry.
think
Sorry.
in
Sorry.
my
Okay.
thing that I saved or did this on, I have a portion where I decided to take a second and save so then I could practice this bit. So, I don't know, maybe that will save me about like 5 seconds, but not doing that, but
Oh.
I still probably am walking away from this chapter with about 2 to 3.5 minutes of time left. Alright. I still think it's festive enough. Might as well, with how the weather looks outside, yeah, it's pretty fucking nice. So, Santa costume. Sajima unironically puts on a Santa costume, and he's in that Santa costume for a decent bit. I wonder what that cop was thinking. Maybe he just looked at it and was like, hey, kind of Santa costume, very festive. Alright, and then I want to take care of Kawashima, and then I think after him, I'm pretty much go. Bitch! Side note, please do not aim towards the random guys, aim towards the guy that I'm actually trying to hit. That guy also. Okay, good. That's could have been a little smoother, but I think that's fine enough. Okay, I wanted you to swing towards more than just one guy. Side note, please. Crap. Well, maybe I could grab it before. Anyway, these guys show up, but you don't even need to fight them. You can just continue running. They're unimportant. You can legitimately just ignore them and run across the street anyways. Okay. Actually, that went a lot better than I think set piece yesterday. I think using the scooters is the way to go. Although, all this pretty much comes down to Baba. Also, I asked, and no, it is not faster to fail this. It is actually... It is not faster to fail this QTE. It seems like it's one that might be, but again, there's some QTEs that like look like they might be faster to fail, but they're actually not. Anyway, this is the end of Santa Saitama. Except for he does, you know, still wear that exact same costume during another cutscene or during a sub story. But anyway, I love that little fox. I fucking love it. It is adorable. Anyway, more guys. And we're gonna continually... Oh, man. Saitama! Fucking, in essence, finishing him. Continue to use more of the scooter. Drop it. There we go. All right. I might be mitigating some of my time loss by getting these fights a little better. Oh, God. All right. So anyway, Baba and Saitama have, over the course of like the past day, decided that their best opportunity to have a conversation with Kitakata, who is the last person and supposedly the person who's responsible for Majima's death, they decide that the best method to get in contact with him is to kidnap him. Right underneath everyone's noses during like a major winter festival or winter like celebration thing. They kidnap him. Like literally just right out from everyone's noses. And you know, we grab him and he says, "All right, well, I've got this empty building that should be a perfect place for us to get some privacy and talk to." We decide that the best place to talk to is right next to a window. Anyway, so Saitama essentially is like, all right, so what's the whole deal with Majima? Kitakata explains that Majima came to the Kitakata family essentially with the offer of entering an equal alliance, the same thing that was offered to the Yamagasa family, with the Kitakata family. And Kitakata, noticing the size of the Tojo, was like, well, hell yeah, that sounds like a great idea. But like, you know, as he's like pretty much considering it, pretty much saying he's gonna do it, Majima's like, you shouldn't do this. So then Majima, that's pretty much the end of where Majima had a conversation with Kitakata, but Kitakata is like, well, Majima was actually killed by someone else. And before he's able to tell us who killed him, he gets shot by a very mysterious sniper, a mysterious gunman. A very, very mysterious gunman. We are going to chase and hopefully do this fast. Much like every other chase, grab bottle. Run after the person. Should be in a good enough health. He's gonna try to get him a little down. A little further. Ow. Fuck you, Baba. Just, you know, just to make sure. So you can't actually catch him, but he will pretty much guaranteed to run down this little alleyway and end up in this little lot. And yep, here's where the time loss starts. Like I said, this is probably going to have a massive bit of time loss. Anyway, it's revealed that the gunman was actually Baba. And the biggest reveal of all, Baba's wearing a turtleneck. Please behave, Baba. Please behave. Okay, you're already deciding how you don't behave. Okay. Throw him to the ground. Essence of finishing. Turn around, grab Scooter. Swing towards Baba. Wow, Baba's deciding that he wants to be a little bitch today. I'm just gonna, finishing him again. God. Baba decides that he wants to be a bitch sometimes. Ah! God fucking damn, Baba. Oh my god! Alright, wow, Baba's pretty much killing this run. Man, I wish I had some fucking form of hyper armor. Oh my god. I might actually unironically use a healing item. God fucking damn! Fuck you, Baba! God fucking asshole. Another really god-awful Baba fight. So anyway, that's the end of Saijima's portion. Didn't even really appreciate Baba getting his fucking skull caved in because he decided that he wanted to be such a fucking bitch. Oh my god. Wow. Fucking phenomenal. Like 3 minutes of time lost. Great. I hate Saijima. I fucking hate Saijima. Fuck Saijima. Fuck Saijima immensely. Jesus fucking Christ. Fucking do Gita better. Chapter 3, that might make things better. That might... we're not gonna do that. So welcome to Haruka's part. AKA skipping minigames. For about an hour. Actually about more, an hour and a half. If I can avoid getting in any fight spawns in Akiyama's part, I can at least save a little bit of time, because I did manage to get in a fight in, I think, Chapter 4. So I should, in all hopefulness, manage to be fine.
What? You.
Anyway, so this is Haruka's section. Haruka is an idol for this talent agency named Dynatree, run by this woman named Mirai Park. She is the person who guilt-tripped Kiryu into pretty much leaving behind the kids at Morning Glory and also leaving behind Haruka. She essentially just kind of went to him and said, hey, I can give Haruka, like, everything she wants, and I can make sure that all the kids at Morning Glory have, like, you know, good lives and shit, but you can't exist around them. You have to leave. Which is why he's in Nagasaki, pretending to be a taxi man. Anyway, Matt keeps sending people emails. I mean, keeps sending people emails. Anyway. Here's another great section of Yakuza 5. 2-minute long walk and talk section. Legitimately 2 minutes long. I can't skip this.
はるかちゃん、毎日頑張ってるね。
I'm pretty much required to sit through this.
私今までこういうことやっ
So
た
I'm
こと
holding
な
down
かっ
right
たか
bumper
ら
and
人一倍頑張らないと。
そうか。そやけどはるかちゃん、レッスンっていうか芸能界自体入ってまだ半年くらいやろ。それであのプリンセスリーグ決勝まで勝ち進んでるんやもん。これってものすごいことやで。さすがあの社長が見込んだ子やな。才能ってやつなんかな。
そんなことないですよ。まだまだで
Just
す。
going mildly
今日も
better,
怒
but
られ
it's
てばっ
not.
かりだったし。でも気を使ってくださって嬉しいです。
I
ありがとうございます。
い
literally
えい
just
え、どういたしまして。ああ、やっぱりはるかちゃんは笑顔がええな。そういえば、
I mean, it
こっ
means
ちの
that if I
学校
do
はどう？
Sajima's section
もう慣れた？
properly, I
うん
properly
どうかな？
in the hunting section and not
あま
getting
り
nearly
うま
as
いこ
many
と言ってな
fights.
い？
I can pretty
勉
much
強は
maintain
なん
all
と
of
か
that
ついてい
time
けるん
save.
ですけど、
Like literally
あの
not getting in like
あまり友
5
達が
separate fucking fights throughout Sajima's
そ
portion.
うか。これだけ忙しかった
Easy
ら
time save.
一緒に遊びになんかなかなか行かれへんやろしな。
Problem is,
はい
from now until the end,
それと
most of my
こう
time
いう仕
save
事して
is
るってい
not
う
going to
の
be
が
anywhere near
気
the
にな
length
る
of
子も
Kiryu's.
やっぱりいるみたいで。
Literally, the
そんな奴ら気にす
the
ること
time
ないっ
save that I'm
て。
going to get from
妬んでる
now
だけや
until
そん
the
な。
end is probably going to be
でも
at the max end, probably around
やっぱり変なの
maybe
かも。
30 seconds. At the
私のし
shorter
てる
end,
ことって
yeah, probably about a good
はるかちゃん、
1 or 2 seconds.
僕らの仕
That's
事
assuming
は
I even have
お
time
客
saved
さんに
during
夢を
certain
与えられる
sections.
と思うんや。
I know
一アイ
I
ドル好きとしてさ、
can get a better,
はるかちゃんのステージ、ほんまに魅力的やと思う。せやからっていうのも変やけど、もっと自分に
I
自信
know
持
I
って
can
え
get
え
a
んちゃうかな。
better,
私はアイドルですって。なんて、はるかちゃんより怒られてる僕が言うても説得力ないね。
そんな
はるかちゃん、僕はマネージャーとしてまだまだ半人前やけど、これから精一杯サポートするから。頼りないかもやけど、しんどなったら何でも言うてな。
はい。よろしくお願いします、堀江さん。
こちらこそ、明日からよろしくね。あ、ちょうど着いたね。
Anyway, game tells us about a hideout for the third time. Game tells us about it 4 total times. So Haruka's here in Sotenbori, just, you know, living her life as an idol. But she hasn't really made much friends throughout, you know, throughout her time in school, because, you know, who's gonna really want to be friends with, you know, an idol? I don't know, so.
あれ？あ、
Well, here's someone who's gonna try to be Haruka's friend. This girl named Akari. Pretty sure they go to the same school.
え、
Pretty sure.
そ
Anyway, Akari's going to show Haruka the power of dance.
いやだ
Dance battles. One of Haruka's 2 like main types of minigames. Or,
だ
yeah, minigames.
そう
The first of which being Princess League stuff, and the second of which being the dance battles. Like literally everything else in Haruka's part, it can be ignored. Anyway,
そう
yeah.
この だ
So Haruka has a neat, like, small bit of tech that's pretty, or that's, you know, annoying. Thanks. So Haruka's running animation is a little strange. When you essentially run forward for a long period of time, she'll like to slow down a little bit and look left and right. And when I say slow down, I mean she slows down. So, in order to prevent her from doing that, we constantly keep resetting her running animation, which essentially means pushing the joystick forward, pulling it back, pushing it forward, pulling it back.
What?
Like just enough so it changes from her running animation to a slightly different running animation.
よし。あとは。
Nope.
よし。じゃあ出発しようか。
Why did that not? Okay, whatever. This game's driving me nuts. And sadly, unlike K2, I can't just like, you know, try again after this one. Or quit now and try again, because if I try again, this is a 6.5 hour long run. Anyway, this is Haruka's little handshake minigame. And much like everything else, you're required to do literally none of it. This game's fun. This game's really fun. Honestly, going straight from Saijima's section into Haruka's section, especially for the speed run, is awful. And I mean awful. Because you go from what I consider to be one of the most boring sections of the game to the second most boring section of the game until Akiyama comes in. Which Akiyama doesn't come in until chapter 3. Whatever.
No.
Anyway, we're off to go compete in the first round of the Princess League. And, you know, much like any competition, we're going to have an obligatory scene of Haruka and Hori walking into the building. Why? Oh my god. Anyway, Haruka's going to encounter her antagonist during her portion. A rival group called T-Set. And they pretty much trip Haruka and cause her to fall into producer, so then he spills coffee all over himself. So that way he's, you know, immediately on edge with her. Anyway, there's the creator of the Yakuza franchise, who pretty much just, you know, modeled him, or put his own, put himself in the game. It's pretty much what Nagoshi looks like. Anyway, we're about to do the first part of the Princess League, and it, you know, it's vitally important to the story that we succeed in the Princess League. So, you know, we gotta worry about all of our makeup, all of our outfitting, everything. Like, you know, we're gonna leave no stone unturned. So Yoko, a person who we met earlier, is going to come up and kind of, you know, look at Haruka's outfit and also give her like a quick change thing, which is her climax heat. It's actually a pretty neat thing and, you know, useful in Princess League stuff. But, you know, it's kind of out of the way, and, you know, it's a little strange, but, you know. Anyway. We're about to compete in the first round of the Princess League. By going up on stage and immediately walking off stage. Yeah. There is no requirement to do any of Haruka's Princess League stuff. We can leave the first round, we can leave the second round, we can leave the final round. And when you leave a minigame in the Yakuza games, typically, the game then considers that you lost. So, for the intention of the story, it does not matter whether you win or lose the Princess League. Because regardless of the results, the story still continues. Which is exceptionally stupid. Like, why does it matter whether or not, like, it should be important for the story for Haruka to win the Princess League.
What?
But nope. I have to assume that the reasoning behind it was because if you pretty much locked the rest of the story behind minigame success, there'd be a pretty fair bit of backlash because, you know, people aren't great at minigames, I guess. Anyways, no, like, there are only 2 parts to Haruka's entire story that are required. 2. Those 2 being the first Soshinbori love check thing, and the third practice, or the practice for the third song for the Princess League. Those are the only things that are required. Everything else is optional. No. God, the copier has such a wide hitbox. And there's a small bit of time loss. Woo! Like I said.
Yeah.
I really enjoy the bits of this game like that are when you actually get to play the game while playing through the story. But that consists of such a small section of this game. I meant to like have a little like timer on my phone that I could refer to if I ever like wanted to hear something in a good time. Invisible Man again. Fuck. I wanted to, you know, have like a thing that I could refer to you know, like tell whether or not or how long you actually spend playing the game in this game versus how long is spent in cutscenes. Right there, for a second, it was up there for a second. Haruka's little like thing where she'll she'll like look left and right to, you know, double check to make sure that I don't know, some shit. But yeah, that slows her down. It like legitimately slows down her running animation, which is stupid. Because every other character's running animation is the exact same, like, thing, where they'll look left and right. However, in every other ones, it doesn't really slow them down. Haruka's is the only one that actively slows her down. Which is fucking stupid. So anyway, we're looking for a new dance instructor because Park fired Okita, who was our dance instructor, and we decided that we're going to go after Christina, who only takes people under his wing that he deems are worthy. So we're going to have a dance battle with Akari to prove that we're worthy. By have a dance battle with Akari, I mean we're going to quit out of the dance battle. And again, much like the Princess League, the outcome of that dance battle has no impact on the story. Story continues either way. Why? I get that I'm complaining about an already long run, and my complaints would make the run even longer. But why?
What?
Anyway, Christina agrees to, you know, teach Haruka, and he becomes Haruka's dance instructor in place of Ogita. So, you know, we start up with lessons with him. So that way we can practice it for a couple songs and stuff. And then I believe the next part's going to be... Yeah, the next part is, because we spilled the coffee on the producer, Park is essentially going to go, Haruka, you need to remedy what you did. Because whether it was your fault or not, it still happened. And you need to, you know, take responsibility for that and fix it. So, you and Hori are going to go back to Soten TV and ask for forgiveness from the producer. And before they leave, Park's going to be like, "Hey, your makeup's a little strange. Allow me to fix it." Then, you know, neat little bonding moment between Haruka and Park, where Park does Haruka's makeup. And anyway, we are off to Soten TV after we leave the building. This is just another part of the game where I'm like, I get that they wanted to, you know, make it so you could still, you know, have like the option to do stuff in town before heading to Soten TV. But it would be very nice if the game would just immediately bring us to the taxi. Or just have Hori wait at Dynachair. And we're going to pretty much try to get every question wrong. Not every question. But this is the Sotenbori love check shit. And also, apparently, in the Yakuza universe, every producer dresses like this. With khakis, a sweater tied around their neck, and a open button shirt. Anyway, that guy's going to explain to Haruka how exactly Sotenbori love check works, and we're not going to really give a shit. I mean, not really give any shits. We're just gonna, you know. Hold down right bumper and A. Can I actually, like, just... Okay, I do have to let up on the A button. And the design of this game on an Xbox controller feels really weird because the confirmation is B, but the, you know, like saying that the answer is false is A, which is exactly backwards in my brain. I apparently cannot manage to mash the B button fast enough. Anyway, Haruka hasn't, you know, despite the fact that Haruka has explored Sotenbori on at least one separate occasion. She still gets a lot of these questions wrong. There are two bridges in Sotenbori. There's the Bishamon Bridge and the Yuan Bridge. Anyway, we lost. We don't get a prize at the end. Hoo-hoo, whatever. It's not like the prize really matters. I keep forgetting that you need to press A on that. Fuck!
悔しいです
For some reason, that little, like, box telling you how many questions you got right or wrong does not disappear until you press the A button.
こんなんじゃダメだよ
Sometimes it's faster to hold the A button, or hold R, B, and A, and sometimes it is faster to mash the A button. And I still have yet to fully figure out which one's faster when. Anyway, good job, Haruka. You managed to fill in even though you got literally every question wrong. Anyway, I'm going to take. I'm going to try to take a taxi. I don't think that there should prevent me from taking this taxi. Other than some invisible fucker. Why? God fucking damn it! Why? Ah! I hate this. Pole. Haruka, that pole is not your friend. Anyway, Tatsuya is continuing his trend of stalking. And we're gonna go back inside and, you know, go to sleep. And probably lose about a minute while I'm at it. Okay. Time to sleep. About a minute. No, 30 seconds. Fuck. Ah, dude, this isn't skippable. Fuck. Anyway. This is chapter 2 of Haruka's portion. It is pretty much the exact same as chapter 1, except for now, I have to avoid the bottom left corner of the city, around where that one parking lot is with all the fucking coin lockers, because there's a sub-story down there. Really getting unlucky with the fucking pedestrians today. Because, apparently, right there, 3 of them decided that they wanted to stack up on each other and, pretty much impede all of my movement. I wish that the fucking, camera angle thing I'm doing worked nearly as much as it did in this game as it does in, 3 and 4. So the reason I have the camera, like, angled to the floor, like, 90% of the time is, it decreases pedestrian spawns. It doesn't remove pedestrian spawns, but it decreases pedestrian spawns.
No.
In 3 and 4, it pretty much just all but removes them. So yet again, we can pretty much skip through Haruka's or all of Haruka's minigames. Because, you know, an urgent job has popped up, and we need to perform on 3 sheets of plywood, and nope. We need to perform on 3 sheets of plywood stacked on fucking milk crates. Oh no. Alright. Anyhow, very urgent job. Gotta put on a good performance, you know? Gotta make good crowd. By playing the song that's played way too much in this game. And by not doing it at all. Anyway, handshake event. Except not really. Because this one just happens in a cutscene. We don't have to like quit out of it. Anyway, notice this old man. He's called a kindly old man, but I call him a creepy old man. It's very creepy. You'll find out. It's very, very creepy. Anyways, that job's done. And now it is time to go back to the office. Or not to the office, to Don Quixote. We're gonna, you know, go shopping with Hori.
Oh.
And, you know, do some stuff with them. Super fun. Super fun stuff that's definitely going to just happen in a cutscene in the background and definitely not happen on screen because, you know, why would it? And Haruka's going to stop at a jewelry stand just somewhere across the river and decide that now is a good time to try to buy Park-sen a little gift. A little brooch. Still a little something. So she's going to pull out her wallet, stare at it, not really open it. She's going to decide, all right, this is the perfect thing to buy. I'm going to buy it for Park and, you know, be super kind and all that jazz. And then, you know, lo and behold, who's going to show up other than the two bitches? T-set. T-set. They're bitches. They suck. The game tries to give them like a bit of a redemption arc, but no, they suck. Fuck 'em. Fuck T-set. Anyway, they try to demean Haruka in public, and then fucking Park shows up and is like, "Hey, fuck you guys. Get the fuck out of here." Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So the only, I would say the only upside to playing as Haruka, considering I have to put in a decent amount of effort to making sure that I can reset a running animation, is the fact that fight spawns don't appear anywhere. All fights that Haruka have are dance fights, dance battles. And all the dance battles are optional. You'll see like a person just kind of dancing with a radio nearby him, or you know, standing around different parts of Sotenbori, and you can walk up to him and decide to get into a dance battle with him. Anyway. Park asked to meet with us, and she's gonna have to write down some information for Hori, and she's doing so with her left hand because her right hand got a little damaged when she fired Ogita because Ogita threw her to the ground. So she's pretty much not able to write with her right hand. This may seem like it's a really unimportant detail, but it is actually very important for the rest of the plot of Haruka's part. But anyway, Park and Haruka are about to, you know, go on a bonding trip. They're gonna bond with each other. And the first stop, La Marche. Though to be honest, I thought I reset it. That's, yeah, that little thing is what I wanted to avoid because it really slows you down and I hate it. Anyway. We're just gonna buy some clothing. We're gonna buy a pink blouse. We're also gonna buy black pants. And we're gonna buy some leopard print pumps. Why? Because those are the first option and it's literally just the fastest to get to. Anyway, nice little kind thing between Haruka and Park, you know. And, you know, the two of them decide that we're gonna go off to the Club Sega and, you know, have some fun at the arcade. Nah, they're going to play this game. I don't remember its name.
太鼓の達
Except we're not. We're going to cancel out of it immediately. So, now we're gonna, you know, take some nice photos, and then after taking the photos, we're gonna drive back, or drive around for a little bit, do some stuff, and, you know. This part is literally just in the game, probably to make it so then you hate Park less, considering pretty much all of that is seen of Park before this moment is her guilt-tripping Kiryu into leaving Morning Glory and into leaving Haruka, which is, you know, kind of shitty. So this is to try to make it so then you empathize with her a little more, you know, kind of like her a little more. She goes on and explains how she used to be an idol and pretty much she won the equivalent to the Princess League back when she was, you know, in her idol days. So, fuck. However, her idol career was killed because she actually had a husband that neither the public nor her talent agency knew about. She wound up getting pregnant with his kid, and once the talent agency found out, they dropped her because, you know, no one wants a pregnant idol. Why did she have to turn so dramatically? So, you know, Park kind of opens up to Haruka a little bit about, like, you know, I want you to essentially have the career and dream that I couldn't have when I was an idol. Pretty much. And that's pretty much a lot of her motivation. However, when Haruka wakes up this morning, she actually finds that she gets a call from Hori that essentially says there's something terrible has happened. Please come to the Dynachair building as soon as possible. And Haruka then finds out that what happened was Park jumped from the roof of the building. And Park is dead. Police are labeling it as a suicide. And then it's revealed that Park took out a loan from a very specific lender. Oh, I'm talking about Akiyama. Our fucking boy. He's back for...
Yeah.
I hate it. I do not like how little time Akiyama gets in this game. He goes from pretty much having a pretty lengthy section in Yakuza 4 to having to share half a part with Haruka to pretty much being... I guess he gets more attention than either Saejima or Majima in 6, but still not much. Anyway, here's Hakamata. He's an ugly fucker. We're gonna, you know, deal with it in the traditional sense. You know. There's this... My health bar is still showing up. The game was still telling me someone was alive. It's weird. Anyway. Akiyama gets a call from Hana, because he's here in Sotenbori. He set up a Sotenbori branch of his lending company, Sky Finance, and he gets a call from Hana, essentially saying, Park is dead, and they believe that it is a suicide, and we are told about a hideout for the 4th time! 4th! You think you would have gotten it after the first 2, but no. Anyway, Akiyama leaves Sky Finance and forgets what he's doing for a second. We taxi down to West Shochifuku. Shofukucho, Shabity Bobbity. And now we have to worry about fight spawns, like the one that just spawned right next to the taxi. I should get with around here. I'm gonna stop inside of this van, which is actually a Kamiyama Works. I swear it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. And we're gonna craft some weapons. Specifically, 5 blackjacks. And then we're gonna leave. Blackjacks are very important. Anyway, we're gonna hope that there isn't a fight spawn immediately out of Kamiyama's place. There isn't. There's a fight spawn just in front of Don Quixote, though. Actually, no, it's just right next to him. Ah, bitch. So, we're gonna then enter Don Quixote and buy all the Torinors the pockets can carry. And we're gonna leave. And then we're finally going to head over to Dino Chair. And this is kind of where the third part of the game actually starts getting a bit fun, because I can no longer skip everything. I do have to worry about fight spawns, which is, you know, a pain in the ass. Like that guy. Good. So anyway, Park's death is being labeled as a suicide because on her desk I found a note in her handwriting that says something along the lines of, "I'm sorry, I can't do this," or something like that. And Akiyama's sitting there like, well, this doesn't really sound right. I'm gonna start looking into this a little more. And then Akiyama is, then goes to meet Dynachair's Star Talent. A girl who, unless the premium adventure stuff is canon, he has never met before. I have to assume that the premium adventure stuff is canon, considering how Akiyama, you know, recognizes Haruka. But yeah, whatever. Also, the camera can get stuck there. It's kind of annoying. Anyway, Akiyama and Haruka essentially kind of both are like, well, this doesn't seem like it was really a suicide. However, we need to start looking into this. So, Akiyama comes out to the point where she supposedly jumped from, and essentially starts looking at it, and then goes, something about this is a little weird. Because, he's essentially like, well, this isn't really the best spot. This is a morbid thought, but he's essentially like, well, if you wanted to kill yourself, wouldn't you want to jump from somewhere higher? You know, because if you jump from here and land in the right way, or the wrong way, you'll still be alive. Like, you know, you land in the right way, you'll still live, but you'll have a lot of broken bones. So, anyway, this is where Akiyama essentially is like, Park took out the loan from me, and it was like a really hard work to try to make sure that she could get the loan. But this is also where they're like, well, it makes sense, or the note might actually be forged. And this is where Akiyama and Haruka kind of start, you know, an investigation into what's going on. However, right now, Haruka is going to perform the Princess League. Or pass time until the evening. I fucking couldn't remember that one. So we have to run back to Haruka's apartment. Oh my god. We're on back to Haruka's apartment because for some reason, for some of the reasons I've kind of described, you know, letting the player actually have a little bit of freedom. It's not, you know, immediately putting Haruka back in her apartment. So, Haruka's gonna take a little nappy. Or not! Really? Are you fucking serious? How did it... Jesus. It's fucking stupid. Anyway, okay, I was going to get a call from Hana about concerning the whole park situation. I think eventually, maybe. Maybe. Does he actually? No, I'm getting my parts mixed up. There's again 6-hour game, by the way. I'm going to forget stuff. We're about halfway through. And we're gonna text back on over to tying a chair, and hope to God that there isn't a fight spawn directly next to the taxis. It's not. We gotta hope that that's a fight spawn right there. Actually, he's just one that only aggroes if you bump into him. So that guy was a fight spawn. However, he didn't he was a fight spawn that only aggroed after you bumped into him. Like I said, there's pretty much 2 forms of fight spawns in this game. Ones that aggro, or that fight you if you bump into them, ones that fight you if you run past them, and ones that are just assholes that stand, or that crouch on a street corner and fuck you up, fucking up your entire time save. Anyway, this is Saigo. He is the move instructor from Yakuza 4 for Akiyama, and he is back to pretty much perform the exact same job. Although right now he is here to introduce Akiyama to his new... Really? Right there? Right there? That's where the fight spawn is? Are you fucking serious? There's a fight spawn, like right next to where this fight's happening. In fact, that fight spawn might be there the second I get out of this. If the game, unironically, forces me from one fight spawn into another, I'm going to be angry. Anyway, I just want to push him up into a corner. He can't really hit me. He's teaching Akiyama about his, like, you know, ultimate ability, which is aerial combat, which I don't like. Every character has like their ultimate ability, which is for Kiryu is his yep, they're still there. Please don't put me directly in their fucking trigger. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so there shouldn't be a fight spot. Yeah.
What?
God fucking damn, that was actually stressful. Why was there... Why was there a fight spawn directly in the park? Like, oh my god. Anyway. So Akiyama and Haruka start investigating the whole park situation. This is where Akiyama comes across this infamous note, which is written in Park's handwriting. However, it is written in the her handwriting for her right hand. And if you remember, her right hand was actually kind of a little damaged, and she wasn't able to write with her right hand, and the instructions that she was leaving for Hori were written with her left hand. So, if we can find evidence, or if we can find, you know, example of her left-handed writing, we can pretty much know for certain that this note was forged. And Haruka just kind of forgets for a while that her pen is actually, or that, you know, she saw Park close the safe with that pen. And, you know, we're like, alright, where's Hori? And then he just suddenly falls. Everything starts falling into place. That's mean. Anyway. Here's Ogita. He's a motherfucker. And I mean that. He's such a fucking pain in the ass. Okay. I want to get this to level 3. I want to back out into items. 3 blackjacks. A lot of blackjack. Well, hit Ogita. That's not what I wanted to hit him with, but I want to hit him with this. That. Smack him in the fucking face. Very nice. That was a very nice Ogita. Previous times I've fought Ogita, he can be really bad. So anyway, Ogita threw Hori from the roof. And now we're actually going to see the mastermind behind Ogita's bullshit. A mysterious large man we will be seeing more than a few times throughout this game. Anyway, I think you can now see why we use the blackjack. Might be in his. Yep. Yep. Okay. That's correct. Huh. Very good. Gotta level up a few times. Or one time. Anyway. He doesn't really back down. But that's the end of that section. And alright, I'm working that time save back. I want it. I want the time save back. God, just imagine how much I would be like I'd probably be like about a good 5 minutes ahead if I didn't have that god-awful fucking chapter 4. If I just had a good chapter 4 for Saejima, including not fucking up that one part in chapter 3, I would have had that. I would still probably be sitting on about a 3-minute time save, which would mean I would have about 5 minutes ahead. Which, God, it's fucking annoying. Alright, here is where I think Yamura calls Haruka and is like, sorry, I guess I am now your manager, I guess. And then right now is when Hana actually calls Akiyama and is like, hey, how's the whole park situation going? And Akiyama's like, And then her Akiyama's like, hey, Hana, can you find me a forger in Kamurocho? Because Akiyama believes, oh, what? It would take one to know one. So, now is when we go to compete in the Princess League. And now is the one time that I am actually going to be allowed to use this taxi from up here. There's there's a sub story at the takoyaki stand right there that has you pretty much can't avoid it if you try to pass by it. The game more or less forces you in it. Also, that guy is kind of fogging. Anyway, now we go to compete in the Princess League. And you know, much like every other performance in the Princess League, it's gonna be a hard one. I'm gonna have to, you know, put a lot of focus and attention into it. I do mean a lot of focus. Nope. Didn't realize that was gonna immediately fucking take me in there. Because sometimes that one takes you in there, but the other ones don't. Anyway, Nakai's going to kind of, you know, talk shit on Dynachair, and Haruka's going to make a really stupid thing where she essentially was going to tell Nakai, hey, if I win, you will never say just about anything about Dynachair ever again. However, if you win, I will join Osaka Talent, which is the talent agency that Nakai works at and that Tisa works at. Anyway, Yumura is like, why? Why would you do that? You fucking idiot? Really? Why would you do something like that? Also, this outfit, I don't like that outfit. It is... Haruka is, I think, 16 during the events of this game.
You
That was a really long load. What the fuck? So, again, we walk up on stage, walk off stage. And now I'm going to point out a weird thing with the fucking setup of the Princess League. I'm supposed to go back to... So the Princess League final is divided into 3 rounds. However, the first 2 rounds are only like important for the third. The third round is the only one that actually really matters. Because the third round of the Princess League is the one where if you actually win, if you actually win the third round of the Princess League, you actually get to, or you actually, you know, win the Princess League. But you could, hypothetically, win the first 2 rounds of the Princess League, and then lose the third one. And you lost the Princess League, despite winning the first 2 rounds. I don't understand that. Most things, if it's 3 rounds, it's 3 rounds, best of 3. So if you win the first and the second round, well, congratulations, you won. If you win the first round, lose the second round, well, you still got you have the third round to win. Anyway, we have a conversation with the Kamurocho forger, and we're essentially like, hey, do you know of any forgers in Sotenbori? He's like, sure, check this place. And we're off to go check that place after rubbing our face against the wall. Movement in this game is very iffy. I don't think you can avoid this substitute.
おおきに
This was another way to leave damage. So anyway, we're going down this alley, and I hate this because this alley is not because of the invisible people, but because if there's a whole bunch of invisible people. I'm gonna let that guy walk a little bit. If there is a fight spawn that aggro's onto you by you running into them, like I suspected that one guy to be, it is virtually impossible to avoid running into them because of just how tight that alleyway is.
Yeah.
I actually had a fight against someone in that alleyway because I was darted down that alleyway to try to avoid another fight.
Come.
I'm pretty much at the point where I'm like, yeah, I think if I'm going to I will only go down this alleyway as Akiyama if I pretty much have to. Anyway, we attempt to ask the bartender about the forger in Kamurocho and in Sotenbori, and Tatsuya continues his fuck. I thought that guy in the big fucking the big guy in the suit was another fight spawn because he looked like he would be a perfect candidate for a fight. Anyway, the bartender tells us, hey, go to this parking lot. Anyhow, tell you a little bit about the forger. And he shows up with a bunch of his buddies, unsurprisingly. And what are we to do? What we do best. Kick the shit out of him. Yeah, there we go. Not the cleanest. Sometimes in these fights I just accidentally end up kicking people to the ground without actually bringing them down full HP. Anyway, bartender, after we explain our motivation, essentially is like, alright, I'll tell you. And Haruka gets caught on a door frame for a second there. So, rather than Haruka coming to Akiyama, while we just wait, or rather than just having a cutscene where Haruka goes to Akiyama, and we just, you know, don't lose control of her or of Akiyama, the game decides that the next best thing is to have Akiyama call Haruka, and then for us to play as Haruka, walking over to the bar. This is something where I have no clue why it is the way it is. Anyway, do you like alcohol?
Yeah.
Anyway. We meet with the forger. And who else is it other than that creepy old man from earlier? And he does say that, you know, he did forge Park's suicide note, and that he was asked to do it by a very big man. Doesn't know why. Now he explains why he likes Haruka, because he's like, oh, Haruka's, you know... And all the photos of Haruka is, you know, unedited, and all these other idols are, like, edited and shit. So Haruka and Akiyama decide to hang out after a job well done.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Yosh. Yosh.
to see any of it. It just cuts us to the end of it, which, considering how the rest of this game is, I'm not really going to complain. Anyway, we get a call from Yumura. And we go home. Although, to go home, you have to, you know, travel a ways. And that sub-story is on the map. No, it's not like a major sub-story. It's just, there's a sub-story where you get introduced to a minigame about being a comedian. It's a very Japanese style of comedy. And it sucks. I have to assume that it's faster to, you know, taxi to Haruka's apartment during that section, but I guess the splits will tell. Well, these splits are long as fuck. Alright, tomorrow is the final round of the Princess League, and Haruka has not done any practicing. I inhaled wrong. And Akiyama's off to go check Osaka Talent and have a conversation with the president of Osaka Talent, a man by the name of Katsuya. And Akiyama briefly forgets what he's doing. So, Akiyama goes to and has a brief good old little conversation with Tatsuya, which essentially boils down to Akiyama going, I know you killed Park. And Tatsuya going, I have no clue what you're talking about. And Akiyama going, but you do. He's like, no, I don't. But you're an actor. So you do. You do know what I'm talking about. You're doing a great job acting, by the way. But you know what I'm talking about. And then Tatsuya is like, no, I don't. Get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, at Dynachair, this is the second of the two things for Haruka that you actually cannot skip. You have to meet all of the objectives in this song to progress forwards. So, you know, a brief bit of fun. Oh, that's bad. Not really. Just means I have to do more before I can just tune out. I pressed the A button. This is not going well. I should still be able to get a B by the end, but I oh yeah, I also before this. And we're done. We met all the objectives. Your rank can't go down. The sound of the mist is way past the note. I think disappeared there for a second. That was funny. Anyway, yeah, that's for whatever reason. This one, and only this one, is required. The rest of them can be ignored.
What?
And much like the other ones, I'm pretty sure you still kind of have to finish it out. That one, you can't really speed up Haruka's portion because you can't really, you know, make a song go faster. You know, you just bump up its BPM.
Yama.
We have preparations to make, do we not? Anyway, time to go compete in the Princess League. Which, you know, remember, the outcome for the finale is the only one that matters. You know? Door. So, we're up to go compete in the final round of the Princess League.
Yes.
However, there is an interesting thing here. The game actually gives you, like, a story-based thing, where Yamura will essentially say, Haruka, are you sure you want to go through this? You have the opportunity right now to not step up on that stage. If you want to live a completely, or like a normal life, just tell me and you don't have to go through any of this. And the game does actually allow you to say no. A few things change, but you are actually allowed to say no.
Yeah.
However, saying no has like a 20-second unskippable cutscene. So saying no is actually slower. Than just going up on stage and walking off stage. Anyway,
What?
we lost. Like, we legitimately lost. Doesn't matter to the story whether we did or didn't. We lost. And these motherfuckers are here. Stop putting crouching fight spawns right next to the taxi. Please. Giving me anxiety. Anyway, we got a call while at Osaka Talent, which kind of was from a man that was like, hey, I'm on your side. And, you know, go back to Sky Finance to meet him, and lo and behold, who is it? Other than the Osaka detective, that was Fish Trouble and Naga Sky. And also, the detective who currently has Saitama within his custody. This man's clearly suspicious. I'll explain why he's suspicious later. Yeah. He essentially tells us, well, the man you're actually looking for is a man named Kanai, who is in charge of the Osaka Enterprises. Anyway, this man's back, and he brought his friends, and if things go well, yeah. Things went well. Things didn't go well last time. Anyway, literally just do the exact same thing. And then we get to go taxi. Take a taxi on over to Osaka Enterprises because I don't think there's a single person in the Yakuza games that you play as that knows how to drive. I think it's more so because, you know, all the Yakuza games take place in like big cities, and trying to actually drive around a big city is a fucking pain. Anyway, we're on our way for Osaka Enterprises after Akiyama briefly forgets what he's doing. Ooh. Actually, a wide hitbox. Anyway, Fight Spawn noticed us, but who cares? So, we're off to go to Osaka Enterprises. And we're gonna get greeted by two friendly faces. And in this set piece is actually a pretty neat bit of tech.
Cool.
It's kind of similar to the fire extinguisher skip from like a few hours ago. Almost like 3 hours ago at this point. And I kind of need to focus here to make sure it's anyway. Okay. Game. Camera. Camera! I was locked there for a second. Heavy machinery. Back off. But, you know. If you're noticing, I'm kind of trying to keep this text box on screen. Because that took care of it. Okay. So, I'm trying to keep the text box on screen because when the text box is on screen, like I said before, it can actually override certain triggers. The trigger we're actually trying to get it to override is the trigger for the game to recognize that we have actually beat all the enemies in the area for the invisible wall that's present there to disappear. So, we need to keep the text box on screen. You need to keep the text box on screen. Beat all the guys in the area, so that way the game will go, alright, you've completed this section. So the invisible wall is still there. We run up against the invisible wall, and as we're running up against the invisible wall, it will disappear once that text box has gone away. But before it disappears, another text box will stack up on top of that, which then allows us to run forward, skipping a cutscene trigger for a QTE involving that big, like, construction equipment that we walked through. There's one more skip, very similar to that, coming up in a, coming up in the finale. And there's also a very, there's a glitch that you can, using the same glitch, you can accidentally soft lock yourself during Shinada's portion. Again, definitely have never done that. Totally has not happened to me before. I was a little slower, but I'm also trying to conserve blackjacks, because depending on... Alright, that was pretty much the big thing that I was worrying about during this part. Now, next up is just a big old fight, and we have a conversation with the Kanai, and he's like, hey, dumbass, I've already got Haruka, so you know, fuck you. A lot of Haruka's part, or second half, focuses on a letter from Park's ex-husband.
What?
Because a lot of people are kind of concerned about the contents of that letter. Specifically, Katsuya. I'll explain why. Trust me, I'll explain why. Guy's an ass, okay. Echo me. Okay, that was pretty decent. Pretty decent. Anyway, Akiyama calls everyone at Donna Chair and is like, where's Haruka? And they're like, yeah, no, some Yakuza came in and took her. Now we have a problem. Do I have to walk? Fight spawn up ahead. Fucking bandana. Like I said, you can, if you want, dart down that alleyway. However, that is significantly risky. Because I'm pretty sure, in the splits that I have for this section, I have a fight spawn, or I have a fight during Akiyama's portion, and I'm pretty sure it's literally during that last bit. Because there's a fight, I darted down the alleyway, and then I got into another fight because I accidentally bumped into some random jackass. Anyway, everyone just kind of talks and is like, oh shit, how are we gonna solve this? This is all just based off one fucking letter. What the hell are the contents of the letter? And then Katsuya shows up and is essentially like, well, I've got Haruka, don't worry about it. He returns Haruka, and then calls her when she is awake. And essentially he's like, look, give me the letter. You can either give me the letter and ensure that everyone in the Morning Glory Orphanage is safe, or you can be stingy. So Haruka, you know, considering she's being pretty much blackmailed by Katsuya, does so and agrees to meet him at the location that he essentially assigned. So, we're gonna go chase after her to make sure that she doesn't do anything stupid. But this is Haruka we're talking about. She just is stupid. Very much like before, I would like to avoid buttons. We're good. Should be able to make it to the taxi without much problem. There's a fight spawn over by the taxi, but it's not looking. Anyway, hop in the taxi, hop on over to Shinosaka Station, and we realize that, yeah, Haruka is heading towards it. And then we are going to follow. And when Haruka shows up there to meet Katsuya, she actually finds Kanai. And we get in a fight with him. Pretty much do the same that we did before. Oh god. Bonk. You don't even need to worry about any of the ads during this fight. All you need to worry about is Kama. And this is a fucking awesome heat move. I have no clue how it works. I don't know how Akiyama just manages to avoid it, but fuck if it isn't cool. Anyway, Akiyama's like, really, Haruka? Why? Anyway, we're gonna continue to go through with what Park wanted, and we're gonna head to Kamurocho anyways. And then, you know, we're off to Kamurocho, and Tatsuya notices what happens and is essentially like, you motherfucker. So, he pretty much, you know, well, I just made a save. It's fine. Yeah, pretty much everyone's on their way to Kamurocho. And we get introduced to Baseball Man. Say hello to Shinada. Shinada is broke and works as a writer for a nightlife magazine. He lives in Nagoya, some part of Nagoya that I don't remember the name of. And he's pretty much just broke, you know? Man, every fucking pedestrian, the second there's a car coming by, decides that they want to fucking sprint across the walkway. So, this city is, kind of similar to, Tsukumino, Saitama City. However, we can actually walk in the street a lot more, which may not seem like it's a big thing, but it's a very big thing because it essentially means that we can. Most fight spawns are found on the on the sidewalk. A couple wind up on the street. Most of them are on the sidewalk. So you know, you walk on the street, you can actually manage to avoid a fair portion of fight spawns. Anyway, Shinada shows up for his interview and finds that his interviewee, a woman by the name of Milky, is unable to attend the interview because her brother is actually in a bit of trouble because at his work. Well, we'll get there when we get there. I can do a lot of summing up, but I'm going to be doing summing up like if I try to sum up all of Shinada's first chapter, I'm going to be done before we're about halfway through his first chapter. Anyway, Shinada's about to pocket this phone. I don't know if it was actually his phone. I like to think that it's actually the other guy's phone, but I don't remember. But I can give you a very brief summary of Yakuza 5's story. Not Yakuza 5, of Shinada's section. Baseball. Baseball, baseball. Baseball. Baseball, baseball. Baseball, baseball. Baseball, baseball, baseball. Daigo. Baseball. Baseball. More Daigo. Baseball. Baseball. Anyway. Here's how you do this fight. Not grab a chair. Grab table. Swing table. Swing table before some fucker decides that he wants to just be a massive douche. You know, I'm just gonna. It's a little faster. Maybe not. But it was either, you know, try to smack him on the floor with the chair, which wouldn't have worked, or drop the chair, grab the table. Anyway, Milky's brother's in trouble because he supposedly broke this bat, which was supposed to be a bat of some like famous baseball player. Shinada looks at the bat and is pretty much like, really? Well, A bat wouldn't break that easily, especially a bat designed like this one. And B, the guy who this bat supposedly belongs to would never use a type of bat like this. This is just a bat that you can buy at like fucking Dick's. Like Dick's Sporting Goods. And then, you know, the boss of this security company, who's definitely not a Yakuza, gives a new, you know, hole in his mouth. Yeah, he legitimately just stabbed through that man's cheek. Anyway, we have helped Milky's brother, and you know, she's now fine to do the interview. So we're off to go do the interview at Futomomo. And you know, game wouldn't let me pause there. After we're done, we're gonna go drop off the thing to the editor's office. Publisher's office. But first, 2-minute long conversation with Uno. And I...
いつからあの闇金に借りてるんだ。闇金って高杉さんのとこから？あの人が金栄町に来たばかりの頃だから1年くらい前かな。あいつは相当やばい金貸したって噂だぜ。やばいって？名古屋組とつながってるってこと？噂だけどよ。名古屋組って怖いのかな？そりゃお前こっちだもんよ。宇野さん、名古屋組の組員って見たことある？俺はねえけどよ。俺も金栄町に来て15年だけど、名古屋組どころかヤクザっぽいやつさえあんま見たことないよ。声でけえよ。でもまあ多分どっかにはいるんだろうよ。噂だと蕎麦屋の出前が間違えて名古屋組の事務所に入っただけで目ん玉くり抜かれたとか聞いたぜ。とにかくこの辺じゃ泣く子も黙る組織って言われてんだ。そこと繋がってるようなやつから金なんか借りたらお前本気で殺されかねないぜ。あら、宇野さん、俺のこと心配してくれてんの？そりゃそうだろう。お前が死んだら3万返ってこねえもんよ。ちゃんと返すっていつかは。いつかじゃなくて今日。なんでさ。行きつけの店に今日新人の子が入ったんだよ。どうしても一番に味見したくてな。それってシャチホコ娘のジュリアちゃんのこと？さすが風俗ライター、よく知ってんな。宇野さんほんと新人好きですね。でもあの子って元マッドマックスのナナコちゃんだよ。え？あのおばはん？店変えて源氏名変えただけ。マジかよ。あ、待て。
So anyway, the relationship between Shinada and Uno is Shinada's, or is the like chiropractor or something for the team that Shinada used to play on. Because Shinada is a former professional baseball player. But he was kicked out of the league for reasons we'll later. And this is important. I want to answer Futomomo. And Milky. Not Mickley. That is actually important because answering those two things correctly gets us a Stamina Royale later on. And we need that Stamina Royale for money purposes later. Because keep in mind, Shinada is broke. He currently has 217 yen. I started walking on the sidewalk way too. Fight spawns have not quite spawned on the map yet.
Oi, oi!
And this man's going to come at us with a knife. And we're going to go. Oh fuck! You have a knife. Well, I'm gonna grab a pipe. And by grab a pipe, I mean I'm not going to do that at all. That's the end of that fight. That fight... Okay, because of... Actually, no, it's a chapter later, or it's still in this chapter. Anyway, Shinada decides that he's going to make some money off of baseball. Apparently, this random ass like batting center has thing where if you can manage to hit a home run in 30 pitches, you can or you get like 3,000 yen, which is like 30 bucks. Got it. So, this is kind of a brief introduction to Shinada's side story. We will get a longer one next chapter.
Yeah. To
Where's the next chapter?
学生時代野球部だったのか？どんな人間にも一芸あるもんだね。
高杉さん。
Hey, Takasugi is the loan shark that Shinada borrowed money from. Anyway. Yeah, Shinada pretty much has no money. He has 17 yen, which is the equivalent of 17 cents, I believe, in US dollars. It isn't exactly a one-to-one conversion, but yeah. So, fight spawns, I think, are now officially appearing on the map. Shinada had his 2 introductory fights, and now fight spawns are now appearing. I'm running in the road because, like I said before earlier, fight spawns don't typically wind up. Yep, there's one. Like I said before, fight spawns don't typically tend to walk in the streets. They tend to walk on the sidewalk, like there, where he was walking. Pretty much exactly where I needed to go, and the pedestrians kept pushing him fucking closer towards me. I hate this. Anyway. So that guy who got his, cheek stabbed earlier is going to make a reappearance, and he can be a real pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna deal with him in a very a very unique way. Because otherwise, this guy can be an immense pain in the ass. And I mean immense.
What?
So, let's hope this goes well. So, take out the pipe, heat action, put away the pipe, run over this way, grab this fan, smack him in the face. Oh! Not what I wanted. Oh, very bad. Good. Good enough. Good enough. That fight was definitely faster earlier. Definitely did that fight better before. But at the very least, it could have gone much, much worse. He can, in like my Legend playthrough, that guy was of a fucking major fucking pain. Wow! Oh, fuck. I'm not getting out of that fight. It's not a good time to do what I forgot to do earlier. So, remember how I said before fight spawns don't despawn between fights? Yeah, they also don't despawn whenever you do certain triggers. For example, there, I got in a small cutscene trigger with Tatsuya. They don't de-aggro between those. He remained aggroed. Which is why this second I got out of that fight, or out of that little scene, I immediately was put in a fight. Anyway, Mysterious Masked Man is asking Shinada to look into the reasoning as to why he was kicked out of the Pro League. Because remember, he's a professional baseball player. However, he was removed from being a professional baseball player after he essentially went up to bat for one game, hit a home run, and then was immediately accused of match fixing and sign stealing. To summarize what exactly that kind of means for those of you who don't know that much about baseball, the sign stealing one is one that I don't really know. Anyways. Tells us about the hideouts for the 5th time. Sign stealing, from what I understand, when a pitcher and a, like the pitcher and the catcher have like little signs that they give each other to essentially say, all right, here's the pitch that I'm going to throw. So that way the catcher can know, all right, here's where where the ball is probably going to wind up, so that's where I can catch it. Apparently, a batter learning those signs, that is a no-no and not allowed within baseball. The second part, match fixing. Essentially, the brief summary of match fixing is... Also, this is the start of Shinada's side story. But, match match fixing is essentially tied with betting on games. So let's say hypothetically you've got two teams that are going to be playing a game against each other. Team 1 is favored to win, and Team 2 is favored to lose. Meaning, if you were betting, if Team 2 were to win, the bet that you place on Team 2 would have a higher payout than the bet you place in Team 1. So let's say Team 2 is favored to, or Team 1 is favored to win 2-1. Meaning, if you were to if Team 2 were to win, anyone who bet would get double the payout on their bet. Match fixing is going to essentially Team 1 and saying, or Team 1 or Team 2, and essentially saying, hey, if you throw this game, I'll pay you. Essentially meaning that the outcome of the game is predetermined before the game is even played. I feel like I'm getting really sloppy with my fucking fight spawns, though. Yeah, whatever. Sonata's about to get the shit kicked out of him because he's deciding to... gets a little, you know, angry. This is his former coach, and I believe that his former coach is now being the coach of the Tokyo Gaigans. Anyway, it's kind of related to Shinada's whole expulsion from the Pro League, whatever, yada yada, whatever. Like I said, Shinada gets the shit kicked out of him. Now he gets a call from the publisher's office saying, hey, we've got a gift for you. Or no, it's Milky. Milky, then the publisher's office. So now I get to go, talk with Milky about, you know, stuff and things. I'm getting in this fight. No, I'm not. Thank God. Thought the cones would provide a little more of a barrier. He ignored literally everything. Now he gets a call from this editor. Or a voicemail from the editor, essentially saying, hey, good job. Got a gift for you. And now I get to go pick it up. It is the Stamina Royale that I mentioned earlier. Fuck! Nope, I didn't avoid it. Run to the other side of the street! Jesus! Okay. I'm getting all kinds of unfortunate luck tonight when it comes to fight spawns. Anyway, Stamina Royale, important for later. He aggroed onto me. Hopefully you should have de-aggroed. Anyway. That's Ayana Koji. He's Shinada's teacher during this, or teaches him how to use weapons more effectively. I am desperately trying to avoid more 5-minute fight spawns. Because in this time that I've got, or in my Shinada splits, I already have one fight spawn. I want to avoid another one. Anyway, despite Shinada's fighting style being one of the more arguably weak ones, Shinada actually requires the least amount of levels. Because I have done all of the leveling I need for Shinada. Because the two things that Shinada pretty much needs to be capable of dealing with everything is Boozer's Lore, which is a ability that makes it so that the more inebriated you are, the more damage you deal. That won't really be coming into play until Chapter 3, because there's no good time to stop by the M store. Because if you stop by the M store, the place that would sell cheap alcohol, or without a companion, you get into a long sub-story. If you do so with a companion, you don't. But, in order to do so, you need to have, money. And right now, Shinada has that. Anyway, so to try to get to the bottom of this whole situation that Shinada has found himself in, we attempt to go talk to Uno. Who, again, is the former, chiropractor, I think, for Shinada's former team, the Nagoya Wyverns. So we're off to go figure out where the hell he is.
Huh?
Because we would pretty much just want to get to the bottom of what happened 15 years ago. Which is when Shinada's whole thing happened. Anyway, so because, Yuno's a fucking poon hound, we're have to go to various either hostess bars or cabaret clubs to find him. What the fuck did I get caught on? Did I get caught on the bike? Really? Anyway.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to, go find him. That's where he is. I might just be able to keep running, even if he aggroes onto me. I'm fucking hyper keeping an eye out for various fight spawns. Anyway, we found Uno. He's getting kicked out of this place. And massage parlor. You essentially want to ask him, some questions about what's going on with Takasugi. And Uno doesn't really want to bother. So, let's get a hold. Takasugi is like, hey, give me his work number. And considering the quality of microphones on phones back then, this is 2012, Takasugi was a good enough actor. I believe it. Anyway, now we're on our way back to Uno's, which... bumped into a car that just decided that it wanted to, you know, drive through multiple trucks. Anyway. We're off to go talk to Ono. Oh, or Uno. I don't know. Fuck. How did I trigger this one? Okay. Oh, that's even longer. Anyway, yeah, there are a few weird things happening around here. I don't know how I managed to trigger that one. I guess I cut that corner a little too close. Whatever. Anyway, catch up with Uno. He's like, oh, well, fuck. But then he's like, alright, might as well give you a massage. Okay. And he essentially talks about how he was pretty much fired just a little more, but a little before Sonata was. He's not really certain as to why, but then starts talking about how Nagoya used to actually be a war zone between the Tojo and the Omi, who both were kind of running their own like whole match betting for game betting rings. Right now, Uno remembers that Shinada having left his bed and your phone on the bed, actually a very familiar situation. Because one of Shinada's former teammates, Manabe, pretty much lost his shit at Uno when he found his phone, and soon after, Uno was fired. Which is, you know, a little suspicious. That's a little suspicious. Anyway, we're off to go talk to Manabe. Just keep running. Walk. Okay, so we're stopping at the Ebisu Pawn here, not for a little bit of different, well, for actually about the same reasons we stopped at one earlier, to sell Stamina and Royale, and I guess by extension the Bronze Plate, because I accidentally grabbed one of those because I beat the shit out of some fucking asshole. Anyway, now we have enough money to taxi around and also to buy other shit. So, we're gonna go taxi over to the place that Manabe works at, so then we can ask him a few questions. And the game, rather than just straight up putting us in the cutscene that happens right here, decides we should walk there. Some of the decisions in this game are just a little confusing. Like, why did it... I don't know, maybe for loading purposes, but... Anyway, Manabe tells Shinada that pretty much everyone in the Nagoya Wyverns was in on match fixing. The only person in the entirety of the Nagoya Wyverns, including the coach, that was not in on match fixing was Shinada. And Shinada's what got Shinada kicked out of the league was nothing more than just a massive freak accident. Which is massively unfortunate for a boy like Shinada. Almost as massively unfortunate as this car right here. Ah! Never knew you could actually get an animation like that when you ran into a car. This game doesn't have like, that's one over there. You shouldn't notice me. There's a truck on the way. There's a fight spawn there. It will notice me. Oh, he de-aggroed. I'm good. In the clear. Get the fuck in there! Anyway. I'm gonna go back to Uno's and tell him, yeah, no, there was a lot of match fixing. What the question is, who's behind Shinada's expulsion? Because neither of the Yakuza organizations would want to expose the whole match fixing thing. Except for one, Shinada realizes. The Nagoya family. And this is where Takasuji essentially reveals he actually doesn't work for, or is a member of the Nagoya family. He just pretty much threw around that name to make sure that, or because, you know, he knew it caused fear. Anyway, hope you noticed that there was a guy in the background. Anyway. So they start, you know, pouring some gas in, and Shinada has a pretty funny, animation reusage there. I love just the... So, unlike every other chase, we don't even really need to worry about hitting this guy. What we need to do is essentially cut a few corners to run it, make him run in front of us. Because if we get in front of him, dude fucking takes off like he's Sonic. So by cutting a few corners and by getting in front of him every now and then, we can actually make this chase go a little faster. Because this chase has a predetermined endpoint, and the amount of health you bring him down to does not matter. Because regardless of whether or not you hit him or not, the chase still ends in the same way. I like to grab this just in case. Because I can never remember whether the game actually gives you health out of... yeah, he's gonna stop right there, and then you're good. I can't remember if the game actually like gives you health outside of certain scenes. Anyway, this guy trying to ask him what's going on. As doing so, a whole bunch of girders get released. And that man is dead. Seems like it's just some weird accident. However, as everyone's gathering around to investigate what the hell just happened, Shinada recognizes that there's someone down here. This wasn't an accident. This was actually done by someone.
What?
Who else other than his former teammate, Sakai. So, they're essentially like, all right, well, Sakai's like, we're gonna move to a more private spot and have a conversation there. And this is essentially where Sakai's like, I'm sorry, Shinada. Yeah, you kind of got caught up in this whole match fixing stuff. I'm sorry. And I have to kill you now. Essentially, the Nagoya family really doesn't want anyone looking into the Nagoya family. Alright, let's see if I can do this fight well. What? That has a wide ass swing to it. Ah, God, he stunned me. Good. That's into that. I'm losing time here. That was not really a great fight. That was a really bad fight. He just was not wanting to be kind to me. And also, every enemy in this game can just, like, fucking 180 super fast and immediately bring up their guard, and it's a fucking pain in the ass. And I hate it. I'll cry. Anyway, this is definitely not a familiar face. This is the guy who caught Shinada's miracle home run ball. And I like to imagine that the detective literally just throws the ball to the floor off screen, and then his subordinate comes up and is like, "Oh, you actually want me to take this to evidence?" Anyway, Shinada's got like a massive like spreadsheet of a bunch of information for baseball. Because he's still been keeping track of baseball, even though he's gone to baseball. No. He's looking at all the data to go, well, there are actually, like, consistencies here. I think he realizes essentially after the or after his little, like, match-fixing scandal, some text box was skipped. After the whole match-fixing scandal, there were some changes in the statistics of different players, which is, kind of interesting. Especially interesting to Shinada. Anyway, we're going to continue to ignore Ayana Koji because he is, much like Tendo, he is neither required nor really important. I'm worried that that guy in the suit was a fight spawn, and I didn't want to bother getting into another one. Alright, well... There's a newspaper that says something in Japanese, but I don't know what it says, because I don't read nor speak Japanese. I wish I could, because then I would make it a lot easier for me to play through Kenzan, Ishin, and both of the Black Panther games. But I want to learn, but whatever. Anyway, we essentially go to Ushijima and start asking him some questions about the Nagoya family, and he's essentially like, well, we owe a lot to the Nagoya family. The Nagoya family is pretty much here because the Omi and the Tojo are not. And because they are here, we don't really have to worry about the Omi and the Tojo deciding to stick their noses somewhere where it doesn't belong. So, yeah. Shinada gets a call on his phone. Who is it? It's Milky, essentially, or who says, "My brother's in trouble, and he's in this warehouse. Please come help." And then now we head up to go to the end store. Because as we're on our way there, we're gonna get a call from Uno. It's essentially like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I agree with Takasugi. It's just like, are you shitting me? But before we go to Uno's, because of that guy's a fight spawn. a second. Before we go to check on Uno, we're gonna stop in at the M store because right now we have Takasuchi following us and sub-stories don't appear. So, we go over here and have a good old-fashioned conversation with this guy. And go shopping. And we want to buy 10 cans of Kinmagoo beer. Why? Because. Also, Shinada found a worm somewhere. Not like the worm card that's in Lost Judgment, but the worm that is currently in his inventory. I honestly don't know. I don't know where it comes from or what the deal is with it, but anyways, we're off to go see what's going on down at the dock. Port, more accurately. Yeah, port dock. So, we're gonna go run to a taxi and go there. Hopefully, pet spawns there. I feel like Nagoya has a lot less crouching fight spawns, but to make up for it, the game decides that it's going to, you know, cram 1,000 other fight spawns down your throat, which is, you know, great. So anyway, we're down here at the docks. And we go check out the Yakuza game's favorite location. Warehouses at the docks. So we go in here, find Milky all tied up and, you know, sitting in the middle of the floor. We're like, oh my god, we need a freezer. And she says, sorry. This is where it's revealed that, in actuality, the Nagoya family is not a traditional Yakuza family. The Nagoya family are actually just all of the citizens of Nagoya coming together to make the appearance of a Yakuza group because they don't want the Tojo or the Omi to interfere and, you know, do what they were doing in Nagoya. So all of our friends are here. The old lady at the batting counter, Milky, Ushijima, and the manager of Fukumomo. All of them are here. Because we need, or because since we're looking into the Nagoya family, and now that we know, we need to die. And we pretty much are told, you know, we do need to die. And now, just before Shinada reaches his end, Takasuchi comes in like a motherfucking badass with a forklift because that motherfucker's forklift certified. Saves the day. Just in the nick of time. And the second I get out of this, I'm taking a time to drink 2 beers in the middle of a fight. So everyone here goes down to a full combo. Plus, you know, high explosive finish, which is the other thing. And now we get into a really fun part. And by fun, I mean, fuck, this part sucks. So, in all of the remastered Yakuza games, there are certain aspects of game physics that are tied to frame rate. The speed of this forklift is one of those things. Oh god. And of course, the one that I wanted to hit didn't break, and the one that I wasn't actually aiming for broke instead. So yeah, this section is made a lot worse by the fact that the remasters run at a solid 60 frames per second. Shinada, that's not at all the one you even fucking hit. This one you can just run those two. I hate that a lot because it is you are taking damage regardless. There's no way to avoid damage. The only way to avoid damage is to, I think, play the games at 30 frames. But I don't think anyone wants to play this through this entire game at 30 frames per second for one small section during Shinada's third chapter. It's another case of the FOV thing from Kiwami 2, except this one, it's not even a time save, it just would be a convenience thing. Anyway, this guy's here. I'm gonna pipe him. Put away the pipe. Yep, and okay. So remember what I was saying earlier about how certain how certain like triggers can be ignored with the so certain triggers can be ignored whenever there's a text box on screen, like cutscene triggers. There is a soft lock that can happen during this portion if you are not careful. I don't think it has ever happened to anyone in the speed run. However, it happened to me casually. Just gonna take this while I'm at it because I'm not health. You might be wondering, why am I not picking up the gun? Well, weapons in Yakuza 5 kind of suck. Included. Well, the reason why the Yakuza 5 does an interesting thing with its weapons. All weapons level, and they have like levels that are associated with them, and they can level up to 10. As you level up your weapons more, they deal more damage and have more durability. However, weapon levels are not shared. What the hell? What the fuck? Ground. I wanted to do that to him earlier, but the game just didn't want me to. Okay. Anyway, he's done. So, weapon levels, or weapons level, and a lot of weapons, or a weapon-focused character like Shinada, you want to, have the ability to use weapons. The problem is, you need to level the weapons to use better weapons. So, pretty much to get most weapons to a usable point, you kind of need to use those weapons a lot. We don't have enough time in this run for there to be, weapons. Except for the blackjacks for Akiyama, but that's for kind of obvious reasons. Okay, so that's actually where that cuts in. I feel like I'm probably going to lose some time during this bit. Which is fine, I still have plenty of time to save during the finale. Anyway, this guy's gonna continue to be here. The game is going to continue to refuse to allow me to use fucking heat actions for whatever fucking reason. Game. There's gotta be like a reason for it. Anyway, that's him taken care of. This is the wrong way. More dudes. Oh. Good job, Travis. Actually, no, not a good job. Take care of it. Anyway, we're about to fight the Pipeless guy for the last time. And for whatever reason, the game is going to, like, teleport us further away from him. Because he appears, you know, back where we just came from. And yet, we appear in the middle of this park. Anyway, pipe heat action. Put away pipe. Wait for him to get up. Cry because you accidentally hit into his front. Takasuchi, if you could, like, do something, please. God damn it. Takasuchi, please, for the love of fucking God. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, anyway, we beat him, and Manabe is about to fight us. I might still have some time. I have my red heat action. Red heat charged. I'm not going to be using it. Got that. Okay, good. Good mono fight. Time save. Anyway, this is Shinada's final chapter. We essentially find out that the head of the Nagoya family is actually his former coach, Fujita, I believe. And we're about to call the mysterious masked man, who is definitely not Daigo, and tell him, "Hey, we found out that information you wanted us to, or wanted me to find out. So, you know, meet me at my place." And, you know, Daigo's like, "Alright, I'm gonna be a while." So Shinada's like, "Alright, he's gonna be a while." So Shinada leaves. To, you know, kill time to, you know, wait for Daigo. And I don't know if this is a time one. I assume that this is a area, or distance-based trigger. But anyway, we're going to, leave the rooftop apartment that is Shinada's, apartment. Head over towards this wall over here and hope to not aggro onto that fight spawn. And then we'll get the call from the mysterious masked man, who's definitely not Daigo. And he's essentially like, "Hey, I'm at your place. Where are you?" Oh, he's too far away for him to aggro onto me. Now, only these other pedestrians will clear the fuck out of the way. Anyway, we're gonna go tell the mysterious masked man everything we learned, and yeah, that's pretty much what's gonna happen. Gonna tell him, you know, like, oh, hey, this is what the Nagoya family is. The Nagoya family is no longer existing because,
Also-
you know, everyone that attacked me is essentially submitting themselves before, you know, or, you know, putting himself in, you know, police custody. So that's pretty much the end of that. However, that still doesn't fully explain the whole match fixing thing. Why, well, anything that's going on here. And then, you know, the masked man, who's definitely not Daigo, is going to say, I need to go talk with Fujita himself to figure out what's going on. And then Shinada's like, well, you're gonna take me with you. And Daigo reveals that he is indeed Daigo, and that no, you're not. He's not. So, Shinada goes to check his yearbook, and then Daigo's like, I never graduated because I was expelled because I got in a fight because people were trying to prevent our high school from going to the national championship game because of whatever reason. You inspire people and blah 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 blah. Dream. Fucking shut up. Yeah, like I said, this game loves to prattle on about dreams. Yume. And I mean, it loves to prattle on. Anyway, Daigo's like, I'm leaving for Tokyo, and Shinada's like hell you are. So, Shinada and Daigo get in a fight. Shinada and Daigo get into a little bit of a fight. Because Shinada's essentially like, you're taking me with me, and Daigo's like, no, I'm not. Then Shinada punches him and is like, you're taking me with you, and Daigo's like, alright, prove to me that you're capable of And then we get in a fight with everyone's favorite 6th chairman, Daigo Doshi. And I'm not getting DMCA'd because I'm not playing with Japanese. Game seems really stingy about giving me, oh. Because they don't have it. Alright, Daigo, come here. We're going to get this out of the way early. You can hold on to that for Baba, but I prefer to just use it against Daigo because it means I don't have to worry about holding it through the entirety of the Damn it, please. Wow. Daigo, quit being a fucking bitch! Thank you. God. Thank you for staring at me. Slam! Come on and slam. And welcome to the slam. And welcome to the slam. Anyway, Daigo's like, alright, you won. I'm taking you with me. Make sure you clear up anything that you have to do before we leave. And we're just like, hey, I've got nothing to do before we leave. We're leaving now. So, even though he says we're good to go, he decides to set up one little last nice thing for Takasuchi. And then, you know, is on his way to Tokyo with Daigo. However, as he's on the train to head to Tokyo with Daigo, he reads that the new head of the Nagoya Wyverns is actually his former rival, Sawada. the pitcher, who is the pitcher for the opposing team, back when their two high schools went to the champions or national championship, and he was the pitcher for the Gaigans in the game that wound up with Shinada getting expelled from the Pro League.
Yeah.
And Sawada is essentially like, well, you kind of have to die because the Nagoya family is actually a little worse than you might imagine. Because the Nagoya family is actually just a shill for the Omi the Omi Alliance. So yeah.
No.
I have a feeling I'm going to lose some time in this because Daigo's a bitch. Anyway. It's revealed that the only reason Shinada was put up to bat was because his coach wanted to just see legitimate baseball for one singular round. Anyway, turns out Shinada actually did steal some signs, so we're gonna get in a fight with a whole bunch of these random assholes. I'm gonna take care of the guy with the tape. And I'm also going to try to get this one. Yes! Ah, fucker. Bye. Yeah, got it. Okay. A couple people are feared. I can hopefully take care of them. Yep, got it. Motherfucker. Fuck you. Goto. Why is everyone just being so passive? Punk ass Abe. Alright. Nope. So that was Shinada's like whole little essence thing. Really, Shinada? So I can manage to knock this out of the park soon. So, Sawada and Shinada decide to prove it once and for all whether Shinada is actually legit.
15年前と同じ次の球で終わりだ
Probably wound up losing some time here. And now we're on to the finale. I lost about... how much time there? Oh, about like a second. That's fine. So, depending on how this goes, Baba can be a major bitch. Anyways. So, a legend has returned to Kamurocho. Kiryu is back! For probably, like, way more time. Dude, one of the signs in the back was just a big fat pop. Yeah, probably for more times than honestly want. Might be able to make, yeah, I make things here. There's a fight spawn over there, but I was able to, you know, kind of ignore it. The primary fight spawn I don't ever want to see is, there's a Victory Road qualifier who spawns in Kamurocho, who is All kinds of a pain. He has a lot of health and is kind of a pain in the ass. Alright, no, fight the spawn this time. That's fine. Okay. Anyway. Kiryu thinks he's being followed, or feels like he's being followed, and he is absolutely correct, because who else is going to be following him other than the piece of shit named Baba? And Kiryu is about to get into a fight with Baba, and should this go right, I should be able to pretty much, you know, crush this fucker. But it's been about 4 hours since I was, a little over 4 hours since I was last actually even worrying about the fucking infinite combo for Kiryu. Only children believe in dragons. So if I can get this first. Fuck you, Baba. There we fucking go. Nice. Nice. Anyway. Why did he take so long to stand up? Anyway. Baba and Q decide that they're gonna have a bit of a conversation with each other. And they need to do it in private, so they decide, you know, where else is a better place to go than the one spot where Kiryu actually knows, or the one spot that Kiryu knows actually exists. Sarah. And I'm... Okay, no fight spawn's good. So, we get to go into Serena and have a good old-fashioned conversation with Baba. Which is pretty much where Baba says, yeah, Morinaga, or I don't really know shit about where Morinaga is. I don't really know shit about what's going on. All I know is, hey, there's some stuff that's definitely gonna be happening in Kamurocho. Kamurocho is pretty much gonna be a shit show in the next couple of days. That pretty much sums up the conversation that is going to be had with Baba. So. They're just gonna, you know, chat, and then we're going to jump cut over to our boy Saejima. These finale chapters are honestly really short, because this chapter pretty much consists of a fight against Baba and a fight against Aizawa. Anyway, the Kamurocho Hills is finished. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's finished in Dead Cells. Anyway, Serizawa has brought Saejima here because he wants Saejima to start looking into Morinaga. And then, as you know, they're kind of having their little conversation. Who else is going to appear in the Kamurocho Hills other than Katsuya? Okay. So, Saejima decides, you know, where else is a better place to start looking for some clues other than Purgatory? And this is where there's something very important that I need to remember. So, there is a sub-story with a Sadachi Dojo that covers, like, the entirety of the street. It is an area-based trigger, and it is a long fucking sub-story. So, I want to run to the other side of the street before I continue my run over to the children's park, so then I can head on down over to Purgatory. so that I can ask the florist a few questions about the whereabouts of Morinaga. Which kind of leads to a question of the florist, throughout pretty much all of the games, has been shown to be a man who knows everything that is happening both in and around Kamurocho. And also someone who is not a very big fan of the Yakuza. So, considering he knows everything that's happening in and around Kamurocho, and probably would have reason to know the faces or the face of multiple, different Yakuza groups, why is it that he doesn't know nor alert Saejima of the fact that he is currently fulfilling the bidding of the head of the Omi Alliance? Sarazawa is not actually who he seems. Although I'll explain that in about 2 chapters' time. So, Saejima came to the florist asking for questions about the whereabouts of Morinaga, and the florist is essentially like, well, you're in luck because someone else is actually here looking for the whereabouts of Morinaga. And something I neglected to mention earlier. Back when Morinaga appeared and shot Aoyama, Kiryu asked where exactly Aizawa was, why exactly Aizawa, just was allowing him to do so. And Morinaga tells Kiryu that Aizawa is dead. Aizawa is a character that supposedly died off screen, but if you can tell by now, every time I say supposedly blank, probably means that it's not actually how it's going. So, who is here looking for Morinaga? None other than motherfucking Aizawa. Apparently he's here, also looking for Morinaga. This stupid fucking fish on his back. Anyway, we're about to get into a fun fight with him. Yeah, it goes cutscene skip, text skip, cutscene skip, dynamic intro. And depending on how this goes, Aizawa might be a little bitch. So, Saejima hears about what happened to Aizawa, where Morinaga, his sworn brother, shot him. And he's like, well, that's kind of fucking stupid. Sworn brother shouldn't do that. And they're about to decide that the best way to go about finding Morinaga is to beat each other up. And both of them they're going to pretty much give each other brain damage. Right about here. Alright. Let's hope this fight goes well. Aizawa. Fuck you. Aizawa. Fuck you. Pipe. There. And he's gone. So, after witnessing that fight, the florist tells Saejima and Aizawa that Morinaga is in the coroner's office. In a body bag. He is dead. Much like Fujita is. Anyway, Katsuya has pulled Akiyama to the Millennium, or not the Millennium Tower, one of the towers, the Kamurocho Hills, and essentially is offering him $20 million and a little extra to cancel Haruka's debut concert at the Japan Dome. Akiyama tells Tatsuya to go pound dirt because it was Park's dream to perform at the Japan Dome, but her career fell apart before she had an opportunity to do so. She wanted to give Haruka the opportunity to pretty much do the same thing. And, you know, pretty much having her dream lived vicariously through Haruka. Anyway, more running around Kamurocho. Akiyama returns to Sky Finance. Hana is not there. Hana doesn't exist in this game. She got transformed into a chair. I wish I could show you, but that would take a little bit. Second mission. Time to run back up towards Sky Finance. And who are we going to find there? Other than a homeless man. Not Shinada. Shinada was actually, or came asking Akiyama for a loan of $20 million. That way he could cancel a concert happening at the Japan. So, there's clearly something going on. So Akiyama is pretty much like, all right, well, let's look into the company responsible for the, you know, this whole, or for arranging this whole thing. A company by Mao Inc. But we need to find out where they are. So, in order to find them, we are going to go go use the florist's method of information gathering, i.e. homeless people. And hope that there's any fight spot. So we're about to buy $10,000 worth of booze. So then we can go offer that to the homeless men. $10,000 worth of booze is equal to about $100 in the United States. In freedom currency. Taxi up to North Hotel Boulevard, because that is where we will find our homeless man. And also pray that there aren't any fight spawns down here. Because the biggest, I'd say the biggest areas you wind up getting on fight spawns is when you take a taxi, because taxiing doesn't despawn fight spawns or even reset them. Taxiing leaves all fights where they are. Biggest time you might encounter fight spawns is when you taxi to a location and then immediately start running. Anyway, Mahara's gone. Can't fucking play the Friday Night Disco. Anyway, we now know where the building is. It's right over by the MEB. In fact, it's right here. And lo and behold, who shows up other than some, you know, Yakuza. Because that one woman did disappear. Anyway, we're gonna fight. fight with them. Because what else? Because when playing as Akiyama, I get Akiyama's great battle theme. Kick him. So, this chapter is a fucking brief as hell chapter. It pretty much consists of grabbing the beer, giving it to the homeless man, fighting those people, and then getting into a cutscene. Then having a conversation with the Mao president, who reveals that Katsuya and Park are actually friends. In fact, Katsuya, Park, and Park's ex-husband are all good friends with each other. And this is when we find out that Park's ex-husband is actually Majima, who's supposedly dead. So, Katsuya actually wanted Majima's letter to Park, because since, you know, it was reported that he was dead, Katsuya was like, well, maybe this actually has hints to the whereabouts of where Majima actually is, because Majima might not be dead. This chapter, I doubt I really... 5 seconds of time save. I don't know how I managed to get that. Anyway, Katsuya shows off his ass by doing naked fucking thumb push-ups in his fucking room in the Kamurocho Hills. Anyway, he makes an announcement that Haruka's concert is cancelled, and in its place, T-Set will be performing.
ダイナチェアさん所属の沢村遥さんが日本ドームでのメジャーデビューコンサートを予定していたのですが、その都合がつかなくなってしまったことから急遽決勝で対戦した T セットが代わりにコンサートをする運びとなりました。
それでは本当に緊急なコンサート開催になると。
そういうことになりますね。
Essentially,
ですが T セットの2人はすでにとある著名の先生から楽曲提供を受けメジャーデビューする予定になってましたから、コンサートの開催自体に問題はありません。私ども大阪芸能としては、これをラッキーなきっかけとして沢村遥さんには申し訳ないんですが、
どこ行く気や。勝也のとこに決まってるじゃないですか。いや、俺
Anyway, Kiryu essentially tells
Kiryu-san,
Baba,
どちら?
hey, give Haruka a message.
Baba, お前は残ってくれ。
Don't stop.
Don't
stop believing. Never give up. Never surrender. Anyway, we're gonna pick Kiryu because Kiryu has more easy access to a taxi. Because it's literally just run down this street and there's a taxi down there. And the game tells us for the 6th time now, we have access to a highway. And the man's down there. That man in the red wife beater is a Victory Road qualifier. And he is an immense pain in the ass. He is a person you do not, if you are in this portion, you do not want to see. Because if you get in a fight with him, it is a long one. He has a lot of health, and he is a wily bastard. And I started running without checking to see if there were any fight spawns, which was stupid. Anyway, so, we're going to go through this portion as Saejima. Why? Because Saejima is actually a little better for dealing with this. And I have my ultimate or my climax heat move a little earlier than I might want, which means this might be a little bit of a pain. And this is probably the weakest, in my opinion, of all of the different like themes that play in the Kamurocho Hills, or at least of the ones that I've heard and of the ones that, yeah, I like the one in 4 a lot more. damn it, now I have to wait for this text box to disappear. So, like I said, text boxes can actually prevent certain triggers from happening. For instance, there, I actually stopped the trigger before the game recognizing that I had finished that section. What the fuck? How did I get grabbed by him? This is really annoying. Anyway, I want to keep a hold of my climax heat move, like a lot of this, because I actually want to use it in a very specific area. Of course, you have to block. Really? Fucking asshole. Of course, he had to grab me just to essentially delay the time that it would take me to get through this portion. Fucker. Anyway, I'm gonna get through this. God, it's Trada. People back here. Especially this motherfucker. Sergeant, where the fuck are you aiming? Okay. Fail this. It's faster to fail. It is faster to fail that portion. Modern Design Club. Why is everyone being so fucking grabby today? Even right there was no purpose in grabbing me. Okay, I think at that point it's just better to change this too. I don't like this. Anyway, more guys are gonna appear. I'm just going to spin us around. This guy's gonna get his face smashed in because he's a bitchin'. Okay, bitch. One more guy. And we get to go up the elevator. You can see how the Kamurocho Hills like finished. Not something you really see too often in any of the games. So this guy. Grab. Throw. Punch. Eat. Moving. Just again. No. Fun fact. Now it's when you can actually hit. Oh, that was nice! Anyways. Ooh, that was nice. Higashide can be a bit of a pain. He has a lot of hyper armor. And I want to be careful not to do what I did before and accidentally use and he fell over my gun. And he's gone. And he's gone. Runs away. Why is... Huh. That's strange. I would have thought they would have been feared, but I guess not. Anyway. The reason I've been holding on to my climax heat thing is because of right here. I hope I got both of them in. Look at how much damage this does! I think I got all of them. Immediately takes care of Higashide and brings Fujikawa down an entire health bar. Fujikawa can be a bit of a pain in the ass. So, now on to the next bit. So essentially all the major actors in the Tojo and the Omi congregate on the roof of the Kamurocho Hills and essentially realize, yeah, there's got to be someone behind everything that's going on. And they clearly want all of us dead. So what we're going to do is fight each other to the death until there's a victor. That way, the victor can at least know who's responsible for all of this. It's a fucking phenomenal plan. Anyway, we have the option of playing as either, well, we play as Saejima and Kiryu during this. You can immediately imagine who we're going to be playing as. press should bring him down. Okay. Figured head press would bring him down. So that's what to say done. And now it's on to Katsuya as Saijima, who we are going to be fighting in just about the same manner we have been fighting for the humans. Which essentially means... Katsuya has a lot of shielding. His guard does not break, which is why I will be frequently grabbing him and probably doing shit like this. Oh shit, he's got that move? Crap. Bro. I'm gonna try to do the head press, because I'm pretty sure the effectiveness of your heat moves decreases the more you use them on like the same target. Anyway, now it's up to Saijima and Kiryu. And who are we going to pick? We're going to fucking pick Kiryu, of course. Why would we pick literally anyone else? Saijima doesn't have an infinite combo that he can do to pretty much just fuck over everyone. So, you know, go up Saijima. Go Saijima. Is not a match in the slightest. Anyway, that's the end of that fight. The game because you have the option to pick, the game doesn't exactly you know, have a clear victor, because that cutscene is the same regardless of whether you're playing a Saitama or Kiryu. Anyway, this is where Serizawa reveals that he's not actually Serizawa. He is actually Kurosawa, the chairman of the Yomi Alliance. And he actually wants all of them dead. For, you know, obvious reasons. He doesn't like Watase because he's Watase and Katsuya because the two of them are, in his eyes, too likable and too charismatic for the position of chairman of the Yomi Alliance. Before he's gonna kill everyone, he decides, you know, well, Daigo shows up, and Daigo has a gun, and Daigo decides that this is going to be the one time that he's not going to use a gun. Daigo's a fucking dumbass. So, Daigo has big, drawn-out conversation with Kurosawa, which essentially translates to, I knew you were behind all this. Sorry it has to be like this, but... I actually pressed the right button. I think I pressed the right button. Yeah, I did. Woo! Alright, we got that time save back. Imagine how much fucking time we would have if we didn't fuck up with Saijima. Anyway. Nakai is going to, Nakai and T-Set are going to show up pretty much uninvited, and it's essentially revealed at this point that, the rivalry between Dynachair and Osaka Talent was a farce. It was pretty much just done to, you know, promote both T-Set and Haruka, because, you know, nothing like a little rivalry to, drive some press attention. Anyways. Long conversation, blah 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 blah. And as just as everything's getting all nice and hunky dory. Fucking who else is gonna show his dumbass motherfucking face other than fucking Baba? So, chapter 4 is literally the chapter of cutscenes. Because here's what happens in chapter 4. It's revealed that Katsuya and Park actually had a plan before the results of the Princess League were even out, that T-Set and Haruka would come together to create a idol group named Dreamline. And, you know, that was going to be essentially what was going to happen. I'll try to taxi and see if that's a little faster. Please get the fuck out of my way, chicks. Maybe slightly faster? Slightly? Oh, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, then Baba appears to essentially go, hey, I exist. Also, I have a message to deliver for you. And Haruka's like, oh, I wonder who this message might be from. Just kidding, she knows who it is, because it's, of course, it's from Kiryu, and it's the message that he left for Baba just as he was leaving, just as he was leaving to go beat the shit out of Watase and Katsu. Yeah, Katsuya. So. Anyway, Baba and Haruka have a nice little heart-to-heart on the swings, and Baba tells Haruka the message of, you know, don't give up. And, you know, it's just like, or she's like, you know, I'm going to go through with all of this. And can you give a message to, Kiryu for me? And then, you know, she heads back to her rehearsal. And, this is pretty much the last time you will ever have control over Haruka during the main game. So, if you have, you know, anything you want to do back in Sotenbori, or anything you want to do in Kamurocho, now is the time to do it, because pretty much once you talk to Nomura and say, hey, I'm ready to start rehearsing again, she'll say, alright, are you sure? And then her's like, am I sure? And then after that, yeah, that's pretty much just, you know, confirmation, like, this is the point of no return for Haruka. Anyway, Katsuya and Daigo are actually in kind of bad shape because they did all get shot. Kiryu's also lying down there. God, his eyes are actually closed during that. So, right now his eyes are closed, but there's gonna be a point later where his eyes actually open. Anyway, Date has the whole thing where it's like, wow, this Serena is pretty much just like a crossroad. Yeah, right now his eyes are open. Pretty much Date's like, well, You know,
しかし、この、
the entirety of
おそらく
Kiryu's life pretty much revolves around this place. This place has been a crossroads for pretty much every major event that has happened in Kiryu's life.
その当時
Blah 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 something something something.
おそ
Akiyama explains the plot and how you know the letter or Katsuya wanted the letter so then he could find out the location of Majima because Majima's not actually dead. Blah 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 blah. They realize yeah there might they pretty much start having a conversation like, all right, well, we know that Haruka's in danger and the concert tomorrow is definitely in danger. So we need to find a way to stop whatever's happening. We have to cancel the concert. There's no other choice. And then Kiryu's like, no, you're not doing that. And then wakes up and then everyone's like, oh my god, Kiryu, you're awake. I'm considering. I think I still have plenty of blackjacks for dealing with fuckboy. Can I? So I'm debating on in the finale starting with Akiyama. Anyway. Sajima and Kiryu have a heart-to-heart, which is the opposite of what, or in the reversed roles than what they had for Yakuza 4. I'm probably going to lose time during this bit, but that's also this chapter is literally just all cutscenes. I believe I had. Anyway, Kiryu returns and finds Shinada. And then they're all planning about, you know, like where's the best vantage point to get, you know, to shoot someone from. And Shinada's like, well, there's actually a really neat part back here that people use to record like footage and shit. We can use, or that's probably the best vantage point where you could get a shot from. So yeah, that's probably where this sniper will most likely be. Baseball, 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 baseball. And he's talking about how, you know, like, oh, well, I don't want to, you know, spoil some of the stuff with baseball because, you know, baseball, baseball, baseball. Anyway, Majima is actually alive. Yep, small bit of time lost, not surprising. That chapter kind of fucking... Okay, so it looks like it doesn't really matter whether you do or don't take the taxi because, you know, loadless. Loaded. Anyway, so this is pretty much the point where it's like, alright, do you have anything you want to do before you go into the finale, which, considering speed run here, no, we don't. I might do it. I think I'll do Akiyama for the first bit of the finale. Okay. I think I'll do Akiyama first round and then Kiryu second round. Because I do have pretty much plenty of, I think I have about blackjack and a half. Well, no. I have pretty much 3. Yeah. No, 4.5 blackjacks. So I should be good for Kanai. And also I have more than enough Tarners. Anyway, just before everyone's
本
about
日
to act on their
17 時
plan,
過ぎ
it's
警
actually
視庁は
revealed
東
that the
京カム
Millennium
ロ町
Tower
中
has
心部にあるビル
been,
ミレニアムタワーが
seized.
何者かによって占拠されたとの発表をしました。
Majima is being held
犯人は
hostage.
広域指定暴力団東上会の幹部真島五郎氏を人質に最上階に立てこもっているとのことです。繰り返します。
Everyone's like, we need to head to the Millennium Tower. And once they get there, there's actually a bunch of people that show up with Majima family pins and start shooting a crowd. So, big fight breaks out. So the guide says to pick Kiryu for this portion, but I'm going to pick Akiyama because I think Akiyama might be able to do this a bit faster. I can't say for certain whether or not he can, but I'm just gonna experiment. I get, you know, with the amount of time save I have, you should not really, you know, do an experiment in this type of run, but I think the time differential is minimal. But yeah, this is another case of like a whole bunch of guys with like no HP. So this is kind of why rotate the camera. Okay. And here comes Kana. I believe the one on left D-pad is broken. Yeah. So you're supposed to do a bounding throw combo on him. This is definitely going slower, but that's just my own fault. Thank you for telling me that I have abilities to unlock exactly on my guy. Really? Okay, this is just going slower because I'm being a fucking idiot. I really should have just been doing this. It's fine. This finale has a shit ton of time saved for me. And I'm not lying when I say like a literal shit ton. Primarily right here. I didn't get the skip in in the time that I have for this.
Yeah.
So literally I just get the skip. I'm in the clear. So, right now is a very important skip. Much like the, Ooh, I haven't needed this. So, oh boy, they're all following me. Great. Crap. Gotta get it. We're good. We're good. So, right there is the same type of thing that happened with the fire extinguisher and back during the Osaka Enterprises bit during Akiyama's point. Right there, in that little area, is a massive 1 minute 40 long sequence where Shinada and Saejima pretty much have a conversation that boils down to, hey, if you see Baba, tell him I'm waiting for him. That's literally all that portion is. It is a minute and 40 seconds long, I'm pretty sure. Might be longer. And I just ignored it. That is why that skip is so very important. Because if you can manage to get that skip, this part of the finale is so much shorter. So, for Majima, I want to fail first DTE and then 16 second. Baba, first, fail second. Saejima. Yeah. Glad I got that. Fail first, do second. Which is the opposite of Babo, who is fail second, do first. Anyway, Kurosawa has a gun pointed at Haruka, and pretty much, right now, the only way to save Haruka is for Saejima to kill Majima. And Majima and Saejima are about to get into a big old fight.
Yeah.
Majima is like slim, but he is fucking built. Anyway, Majima was actually the one who was supposed to be ordered to kill Haruka, but he was like, no, I can't. I can't. Anyway.
俺らの最後の喧嘩の花しっかり咲かせたるやないかい
With probably, I think, of all the final boss games in this game, this one's hands down the best. So, Majima. Fail that one. What? Love that. I love that one. Just because of the sound Majime makes, where he's like, huh? So, Majima's little shadow clones can be a little annoying. But once those are gone, okay, we're good. Didn't even need to fall out the pipe. Anyway, Saijima's about to do something that's going to hurt a lot. Ow. slightly better than my other Majima. Because, yeah, here's a fight with Baba. Baba's back. The fight with Baba is, I don't know, for reasons. Thank you, game. I get that I have abilities that I can unlock. Anyway, drink beer, pull it out, pull the pipe out, smack Baba in the face with a pipe. Put away your pipe. Baba can again be a bit of a bitch. Especially because of his fucking immense hyper armor there. Baba, fuck off! Oh my god, I hate how he can just hit through that shit. Alright. Motherfucker! Baba, fuck you. For fuck's sake. Why are you being such a cunt? Hey, Baba. Go fuck yourself. Piece of shit. This way you can fail. Hey, Baba, go fuck yourself. Fuck you. Not a great Baba. He just decided that he wanted to be a major little bitch the entire time. Got it? Okay. Fuck you. So just Baba realizes that he's a piece of shit, and you know, I'm not gonna say that. That's all I mean. And decides, or turns the gun that he was initially going to use to shoot Haruka on himself. Just before he's able to pull the trigger, Himura manages to stop him by shooting the gun out of his hands. So this part, I think, is just going to be faster as Kiryu. Primarily because okay. That actually what? There we go. That was nice. Not great, but nice. So that entire time, Kiryu and Akiyama have both been fighting. Everyone. I'm amazed at their endurance. Anyways. So. Daigo gets Kurosawa at gunpoint again. And that's when he starts to kind of explain why he's doing everything he did. Essentially, he's got terminal lung cancer, and he's going to die very soon. Kurosawa explains that he wanted to leave behind... He had to do so much dirty shit to get to the top of the Ome. And he didn't want, you know, his son to have to go through the same shit. So he wants to leave behind pretty much the Omi and the Tojo just in a gift box for his son. And this is when Daigo essentially calls Kiryu and is like, hey, please, get to the Tojo clan headquarters ASAP. Like now.
Go.
And Akiyama's like, hey, I'm gonna fight you, can I? Again. And this fight again, or the beginning of this fight against Kanai can be a bit of a pain. Kanai's got a knife. And I don't remember if I have my climax heat charged. I just want to destroy you. Really cool looking heat move. Anyway, after that's done, pull out the blackjack. Pop Torner. What the fuck was that guy doing? Did you just repeatedly trying to kick me? You piece of shit. Anyway, yep. Make sure to do that. You want to do all of Kanai's QTEs because A, damage. B, that gets rid of his knife. And C. Damage. Makiyama here. Quick pop of another Torner. And stomp on this motherfucker's face. And then he just goes into the field of heat. And much like every other time you fight Kanai, you don't have to worry at all about it. Like all the random asses. So, that's the end of Kanai. And that's also the second to last boss in this game. Also, a lot of level ups. Anyway, Kanai tries to stand back up to fight again, but pretty much the Kitakata family, the Yamagasa family, and parts of the Omi, led by Watase, essentially come up and say, hey, Kanai, you're fucked. Because you are pretty much right now on the shit list of every major Yakuza in the entire country. What are you gonna do now, bitch boy? Alright, now comes for the long boss fight that I have to fucking pay attention to. So, right now, it is going to be revealed who is the son of Kurosawa. That's Aizawa. Why? I don't fucking know. It's Aizawa. The game doesn't really hint that that's even a possibility for the entirety of the game. Nor does it really hint that, you know, Aizawa had a estranged dad. It doesn't hint at a lot of things. And now the game is saying, hey, Aizawa's father is Kurosawa. And anyway, Kiryu and Aizawa are about to get in a fight. And despite the fact that he was holding a katana like Ryuji, he's not gonna use it. And this is a fight I have to pay a lot of attention to. I failed that. I don't think it matters which one we do, although I think succeeding it is slightly faster. Oh my god. Aizawa! Fucking throw you, piece of shit. Oh my god, I missed. Fuck! game's not letting me fucking do my attack. No! How did I lose it? Oh my god, Aizawa, you fucking little bitch. Oh my god, I missed it again. Fuck! Why? Oh my god. All the possible time save I had during this was lost thanks to Baba, and apparently I couldn't get some fucking bounding going on Aizawa. Sucks. Aizawa's got the reactions. Fucking snail. Maybe I wasn't able to get that because I can. I don't know how to do this. Hate this. comes the important bit. I pretty much need to cancel out of scenes. Got it. One. That's two. That's three. Fuck you. Piece of shit. Alright. Neat. 628. Well, this is done now. Sucks. Holy shit. Fuck.